Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come, all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on?
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason. But the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are
tie.
the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Hello. How we doing, folks? How we doing? How we fucking doing? Let's do a little bit of posting. Gotta let folks know we're live. Not great, to be honest. Yeah, I'm kind of filled with rage. You know, like, I would rather be doing, like, so many other things right now. It's a beautiful night to sit, rage, and call congressional Dems. Ain't it just? Ain't it just? An eclipse going on right now. That's great. Seems portentous. It does indeed. It seems like some kind of sign of a shift in the tides. Indeed. Spencer Vaught, you love the music while waiting. I love it too. That was in order: Seth Staten Watkins, Ken Theriot or Therio, Theria. Not sure how to pronounce his last name. And then Sweet Myths, friend of the show. Go check him out. All very worth checking out. Man, Lady Raincloud, everything is fucked right now. Tonight is, you know, one thing I do have to say, folks, and right off the bat, just to kind of clear up what we're doing tonight, folks, if you feel inclined during the wee hours of the night, call your senators, okay? Because especially on the eve of a budget vote, like the one we're having today, staffers are likely working late. It may not be that you get voicemail. It may not, and some of these senator offices are turning off voicemail, but you might get somebody, you might get voicemail, and in that case, it is worth doing, in fact, okay? So what we're going to be doing here is I'm going to be encouraging people to call. And tonight is one of those situations where, like, you know, maybe try calling like every hour, you know, to really hammer home that you are highly motivated and extraordinarily upset. Additionally, folks, you're gonna want to set your alarm for 7:30 Eastern time. That is when Senate offices open in DC, and we want to be focusing our efforts there. Okay? The goal for tonight is to have as many people as possible call in at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. Okay? I called both of them in every one of their offices. I've only gotten voicemail. I did my calls today too. You know, I'm walking the walk, I'm talking the talk. Also only got voicemail, but you know what? They do have staffers listening to those voicemails. Okay? Yes, if you can, true, the problem, if you can, um, correctly points out, if you are at all situated to go and visit their offices tomorrow when they open in DC, you should do that. You should do that. You can also, yes, it's shoot bang. Also, you can send faxes to be extra annoying. Very true. Okay. You did mine yet? Yeah, I did mine yesterday. Did you do yours today? I left messages and have been shit posting them all day. Good. Continue shit posting. The shit posting will continue until morale improves. Shit is so fucked. I'm not gonna make a can't call because I'm Aussie joke. That is the one thing I will say. The one thing today that I think is good that happened is that I think there's a serious shift in the winds. I think the momentum has well and truly turned against feckless leadership in the Senate, feckless leadership in the House. I think that frankly, from what I'm seeing, like liberal Democrats and progressive Dems and far left folks, I have never seen this many mainstream people this angry. And I think that part of what was spurring a lot of the calculation in Chuck Schumer's office was that the reaction he would get would be mostly from far left folks. But like you're losing Mark Hamill. Okay? You're losing Mark Hamill and the Krasensteins, all right? Like you aren't losing the far left. You're losing like the guys who are kind of like the bellwether of your base. The people who usually are just kind of kowtowing to the power within the Democrats. And the libs are gone. The libs are well and truly furious. So let me put it this way, guys. The level of fury I am seeing, not just from far left folks, but from, middle of the road. Hell, guys, even Seth Moulton in the House. Seth fucking Moulton was like shitting on Chuck Schumer for giving up this power. And y'all, I don't think the base is activated. It remains to be seen what's going to happen, but like I don't know that there's any way to like put that base back to sleep. Yeah, Pod Save America went Bernie Bro Dems. It's time to fight. Yep. Gwenifer Forever, it's okay. We'll be doing our call in like 6 hours. Can someone catch me up? It's just what I talked about yesterday. Chuck Schumer is rat fucking everybody. And after I did my show yesterday, and people began to wake up for the day, people caught on to the fact that Chuck Schumer was rat fucking everybody because, he thought he could just do that and no one would notice. He, like Chuck Schumer and establishment Dems, you were not here yesterday. That's okay. I'll catch everyone up. We'll start like a segment, okay? So, folks, there's really no sugarcoating it. Basically, what is going on right now is a crisis. Republicans want to pass a continuing budget resolution that would effectively fund the government for the next 7 months. And the issue with that is currently the president, Donald Trump, and Elon Musk are not listening to Congress, i.e., they are violating Article 1 of the Constitution, which guarantees the power of the purse to Congress, meaning that Congress appropriates funds in the budget, and then those funds need to be spent by the federal government, the president, essentially. And they're not doing that. Instead, they are gutting different government agencies that are mandated by Congress. They are creating new government agencies that is something that only Congress can do. All of these things, right? All of these things. So the issue we have here is that the federal government is asking for money to continue doing its operations, right? To continue functioning. And what happens here is if Republicans pass this continuing budget resolution, that basically just gives a blank check to Elon Musk and Donald Trump to use as a gigantic slush fund on whatever they want. Okay? That's kind of the lay of the land here. Now, into this, we have a bit of a wrinkle in the Republican plan, which is that in order to get to that continuing budget resolution that would fund the government for 7 more months, they need Democrats to back them up and vote alongside them to do what is called cloture, which is to close debate on the continuing budget resolution. And that requires 60 votes, as opposed to a simple majority of 50. Now, those 60 votes, Republicans don't have them, okay? Republicans do not have 60 votes. They need 7 Democrats to cross the aisle and vote alongside them to invoke cloture and move into actually just voting on the continuing budget resolution by a simple majority. So, what we're talking about here is that, like, okay, Democrats have a piece of leverage, right? Like, Democrats could step in and say, we're not going to invoke cloture, and you can't fund the government. And thus, it will go into a shutdown unless you come to the table and negotiate with us. And what Chuck Schumer, who is the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, has done is that he went out onto the Senate floor the other day and said, Senate Democrats are going to hold the line where we are not going to, we're going to vote no on cloture. And that will mean that Republicans can't, give a blank check to Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And then things got a little bit wonky because that got reported all over the place. What didn't get reported all over the place is the fact that behind the scenes, Chuck Schumer struck a deal with Senate Majority Leader John Thune, the Republican. And that deal, more or less, was that in exchange for the 60-vote cloture threshold, Chuck Schumer would get effectively a 30-day continuing budget resolution that would keep the government funded for 30 days. Now, what would happen during those 30 days? Well, Chuck Schumer would also get guarantees that Democrats could put up amendments to the continuing budget resolution that goes for 7 months, um, to make it better, to like negotiate, etc. And like, okay, but if you start thinking about it for like more than 2 seconds, you realize, wait a minute, aren't Republicans just going to deny all of those proposed amendments from Democrats? And the answer to that is yes. Meaning that effectively what Chuck Schumer would be doing would be trading the 60 vote threshold in exchange for 30 days of political theater so that every Senate Democrat can go back to their constituents and say, see, we tried, we did our best, and then sit back and do nothing. That is effectively what he tried to do and thought that no one would notice. He thought that no one in the Democratic base would notice that he was effectively siding with Donald Trump in exchange for the opportunity to lie to Democratic voters for a month. That's the gist of it. Like, I'm not, you might think like, Jack, you might be, surely you're being hyperbolic. No, that's the gist of it. That is the gist of it. And people started catching on, yesterday, late yesterday, after more of this kind of started coming to light. And, well, things have only gone downhill from here. Okay. Now, there is there's a lot more to it, and we will dive into it, but suffice it to say, that is the gist. And today, the Democratic base found out about that massive deception that Schumer was trying to pull off. And everyone is fucking pissed to a degree that I have never ever seen this many liberals angry at Democratic leadership. Zennies, we're still in the cool zone. The cool zone, we haven't exited it yet. So what has been going on today? Or rather, I guess today is technically Friday, but on Thursday. What happened on Thursday, right? So Josh Marshall over at Talking Points Memo put out a short explainer late on Thursday, and I think it's a good kind of wrap up of kind of where we're at right now. There was a steady drumbeat throughout the day of senators coming out publicly or telling their constituents they not only oppose the House-produced continuing resolution, but would move to block it on the cloture vote. There was an afternoon caucus meeting that was apparently heated and raucous. Senator Gillibrand led the charge to allow the CR to go through. A shutdown was worse, she insisted, but behind all this, Chuck Schumer was really the driver. Now, I'm going to pause here because talking about Senator Gillibrand here, things got so heated in the Democrats' lunch meeting that even though it was a closed-door meeting, people outside of the room could hear Senator Gillibrand like screaming about how the shutdown would be worse for Democrats. And the issue here is that that's their job. Their job, the oath that senators take when they come into office is to uphold and protect the Constitution of the United States of America. And their job is to do that. And one of the things, and the reason we are demanding Democrats deny cloture and help the country to go into a government shutdown is precisely so that we can defend the Constitution. Article 1 of the Constitution, in fact, one of the most important ones of the Constitution, seeing as it is in Article 1. of the Constitution. It's kind of one of those things that stops the president from being a king. It's kind of important, okay? And what we are trying to do here is point out that not only is it the senator's duty to protect the Constitution, but also their job is to defend their politics. You know, when you are a senator, your job is to go out there and explain to your constituents why you're doing the things you're doing and to like make a good and persuasive argument for it. And well, frankly, I can't really interpret this in any other way. These feckless Dems in the Senate who want to flip on cloture and sell us out to Donald Trump simply don't want to do their jobs. And there's no other way to put it, okay? And we're going to get into a bunch of reasons, and we're going to go through a bunch of arguments about why shutting the government down is preferable to keeping it funded and open with a blank check and no guardrails preventing Donald Trump and Elon Musk from using that money however they want to. Okay? I mean, guys, this is so bad that I'm doing a stream at 2:00 in the morning, and we're gonna keep on going until it is 7:30 in the morning in Washington D.C. So as many of us as we can get together can call into our Senate offices and tell them to vote no on cloture, to deny cloture to this awful continuing resolution that will only empower the Trump administration. Okay? This is one of those things that is cutting across party lines. Okay? Now, also, just for the record, I am seeing your donos. Much appreciated. I've turned off alerts so that we can get through a lot of this this content because I need to make sure people are getting these messages. All right. Yes, if you are going to bed tonight, set your alarm 7:30 Eastern time. We want to call in as early as possible in order to make sure our calls and our voices are heard before a vote takes place. I don't know, and I don't know if anyone knows exactly when the vote is going to take place tomorrow. But what we do know is that if the government does not have a continuing budget resolution by 12:01 a.m. At the end of day tomorrow, essentially, the government will shut down, or I guess the end of day today at this point. Okay? So, what we are looking at here is a whole lot of contention in the Senate Democrats. If you think your senator is solid on this, do not give them the benefit of the doubt. Call them and continue putting pressure. This is not one of those situations where, oh, we'll just, we'll just chill out, we'll listen to what they're saying. We'll believe them because they've never done us wrong. No. Treat them as if they are all liars and put as much pressure on them as we can because we can't afford to let up that pressure. There is so much anger and rage from mainstream Democrats on this issue that even though it currently looks like a bit of a foregone conclusion that Democrats are going to fold, the sheer amount of rage that is currently coursing through the veins of every person left of center might be enough to give us a fighting chance at changing this. I can't obviously make any promises, but I can say that if we keep calling, there is a slim chance that we can make something good happen. Okay? And it is, and yeah, I mean, honestly, Dragonfly, true, not just left of center. Some of the most conservative Dems, and guys, even some Republicans um are are also upset about this. I have never seen anything like it. Okay? I've never seen anything like it. What is going on? I'm going to summarize it for you. The government shuts down at the end of day today if no budget or no continuing budget resolution goes through. Republicans aren't going to get a budget through today. And so instead, they're trying to get through a continuing budget resolution, which would temporarily fund the government for the one that they're trying to push is 7 months. Okay? That being said, Democrats have a slight amount of leverage in that Republicans, in order to pass this continuing resolution, need 7 Democrats to cross the aisle. However, that did not look likely. And Chuck Schumer, the leader of the Senate Dems, said that that would not happen. However, that was a lie. Chuck Schumer is trading 30 days of meaningless amendment votes that will not pass and make things better in exchange, essentially political theater, in exchange for getting rid of the 60 vote threshold that would otherwise require 7 Dems to cross over and vote with Republicans. So that's what's going on. That is what's going on. They're rat fucking us. And in fact, it is such a blatant rat fuck that, like, more anger and rage than I've ever seen is currently coursing through politics land. It's bizarre. So will it be like a 1 vote margin cloture vote? Super Jet Guy, I don't know. No one fucking knows. Okay, like, people earlier today were tallying who might vote how, but like, we genuinely have no idea how the vote is going to go today. Okay, and basically, what we're kind of pushing for right now is to put so much pressure on Senate Democrats that they leave Chuck Schumer out to dry. Okay? What we are trying to do right now, and what we are going to do with these, this massive call-in, and again, I want hundreds of you guys calling in at 7:30 in the morning Eastern Time to Washington, D.C. offices, okay? And what we're trying to do is apply as much pressure as possible to sitting senators in order to get them to go against Chuck Schumer and deny cloture on this, despite what he is coming out and saying. Despite him being in the leadership position, he does not have complete and total power here, and that is completely obvious by all the reporting on this story. So what we are going to do is we are going to apply as much pressure as possible to get these senators to understand and to fear us and the political ramifications of going against us more than the political ramifications of going against Chuck Schumer, someone who is completely and utterly out of touch with the American public. Okay? If we win this, Chuck Schumer's political career is done. And frankly, even if we lose this, Chuck Schumer's political career is probably done. People are that angry. People are so angry that, like, even if Chuck Schumer gets his way here, he's done. Too many people know about the rat fuck. Okay? So what we need to do is to get Senate Dems to understand they should not tie themselves to his sinking ship. Okay? Okay? So we're going to be doing this call-in. And honestly, again, I'm going to reiterate, if you can and feel up to it, call in every hour to your senators' offices throughout the night, because guess what? There's a decent chance they got staffers working. Okay? Keep calling. Keep calling. Now, we're going to continue through this talking points memo, okay? So we got Senator Gillibrand shouting and screaming during the Democrats' lunch meeting, all right? 24 hours earlier, Schumer went to the floor and announced that Republicans didn't have the votes for cloture. On first glance, it appeared his caucus had decided to defy the president and his congressional party, but it was a ploy. He was playing his voters for fools. It soon emerged that Schumer's plan was to engineer what amounted to a performative stand down, a choreographed interlude of opposition, followed by the passage of the GOP bill. It would go like this: Democrats refuse to allow a vote on the GOP bill. Then they force a compromise. Dems vote for cloture in exchange for allowing Dems to offer amendments to the House bill. But that was a farce, giving up the Democrats one true point of leverage in exchange for votes that were literally certain to fail. Democrats are in the minority. On a majority vote, they lose. But over the next day, Schumer lost control of the situation. Too many people figured out how Schumer's switcheroo maneuver worked. And too many Senate Democrats didn't have the stomach for the public opposition to what was happening. That made the initial gambit impossible. So his only choice was to drop the charade and force the matter. Late in the afternoon, he went to the Senate floor, not yet 24 hours later, and announced he would vote to give the Republicans their bill. He had at least 7 yes votes in hand and probably 2 or 3 more yes votes on top of those, and that was it. He'd wanted to keep his hands clean, but when that wasn't possible, he got them dirty. I think there's a decent chance Schumer went forward in the afternoon precisely to halt the erosion of support for the plan he favored. I don't like to speak ill of the politically dead, but Schumer is a weak man and a fool. This was the last chance, as Ed Kilgore argues here, at least until the fall, and probably long after that, for legislative intervention to stop Musk's wilding spree through the federal government. In theory, there will be another in the coming months when the debt ceiling needs to be renewed, but if you lack the stomach to risk a government shutdown, you most certainly won't risk a debt default. Now, the whole matter is in the hands of the courts, which will at best slow the process and probably not by much. There was a recognition up in the Senate yesterday that letting the bill pass was a bad idea, but that was matched by a pained realization that the caucus wasn't ready for the fight. They hadn't laid any of the groundwork. They didn't have a clear answer of what they'd be fighting for if the shutdown happened. They'd put their bets on Mike Johnson not being able to get a bill through the House without Democratic votes. When he did, they were caught flat-footed, but the they here is Chuck Schumer. That's the leader's job. He led them into a corner. When you're weak, you only think about getting hurt. It not only constrains your actions, it shapes and limits what future possibilities you are able to imagine. It makes it impossible to see or consider the ways that acting and taking risks, making foes react to you rather than constantly reacting to them, can change the playing field and create new possibilities. I think that's what brought Chuck Schumer to this moment. None of us know the future, so disagreements are inevitable. What was unforgivable was Schumer trying to hoodwink his supporters. Yesterday, staffers were consoling each other outside, supporters with the argument that history is clear. Parties that overreach like this get walloped in midterm elections. It may surprise you to hear that I think they're right. For weeks, I've thought that by a narrowly electoral calculus, it's probably the better move for Democrats to simply get out of the way. That was Jim Carville's advice a few weeks ago. The problem is that by the time the Democrats have any chance at power again, the federal government will be unrecognizable, a smoldering heap of fait accompli. In his justification speech this afternoon, Schumer said that for Donald Trump, a shutdown would be a gift. To this, we have to assume that doing precisely what Trump demands amounts to some kind of ingenious counterstrike. I doubt that's true. Yeah. Like, it's... I have no words. This sounds bad. It is quite bad, in fact. So I'm just going to read this last part here. We're skipping a bit, but we need to slow down the destruction as much as we can before those elections start to bear fruit. Because the government Dems might semi-inherent in 2027 will be unrecognizable otherwise. And we're a dozen or more hours from relinquishing the one real point of leverage all year. There's still time to make your voice heard. And that is exactly what we are going to be doing, okay? And folks, I'm going to need your help. I'm going to need your help. You all need to get as many people on board. Go out, friends, family, what have you. Get them, if not to this stream, get them to understand that at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, they need to start calling their senators. If they won't come to the stream, totally understand. Get them to call at that time. All right? It is important. This is the last point of legislative leverage that we have left. And if we can actually peel off enough votes so that Chuck Schumer and his collaborative ass and lackeys can't actually turn things over to the Republicans, it is going to be a colossal victory. I'm a bit confused about the potential 30-day stopgap measure as an alternative. How does pushing the current bill through in exchange for coming back to the table make sense? It doesn't. It only makes sense if you're a spineless Senate Democrat who wants to pretend like you were fighting the good fight when all it really was political theater. That's it. That's it. No cap, he's a fucking traitor to the Republic. Unironically, Celestial, yes. Indeed, I consider Chuck Schumer someone who has betrayed his oath to the Constitution. Every single Democrat who crosses the line to vote yes on cloture and move forward with the Republican continuing resolution to fund the government is a traitor to the Republic. Scabs one and all. Okay? This is quite literally his Neville Chamberlain moment, okay? And like, guys,
to hold these people,
in case you're like, oh, well, you know, what did that mean in Talking Points memo when they were talking about doing what Donald Trump wanted? Here's a video that was put out 9 hours ago by the White House. Okay, this is from Donald Trump's PR team.
to hold these people hostage instead of just letting them do their jobs, which they want to do while we work out our differences. So wrong.
This is democracy. And in a democracy, hostage tactics are the last resort for those who can't win their fights through elections, can't win their fights in Congress, can't win their fights for the presidency, and can't win their fights in the courts.
A government shutdown of any duration would harm hardworking Americans and our economy.
Why should we ask TSA officers to go without their hard-earned pay while they protect our airports?
I'm a senator from Virginia. Some of the hardest effects of shutdown will be seen in my state.
If the government shuts down, it will be average Americans who suffer most.
Some who right now are trying to figure out how they're going to pay rent, how they're going to make mortgage payments, how they're going to keep college payments going, how they're going to keep the lights on, how they're going to keep food on the table.
Had the government shut down, hundreds of thousands of people would have not gotten their paychecks. Federal employees would have been furloughed, sent home.
Our military won't get paid. Head Start teachers won't get paid. Our wildfire fighters won't get paid. Federal prison guards won't get paid.
A government shutdown means seniors who rely on Social Security could be thrown into chaos. Our veterans could see regional VA offices shut down and support services put on hold.
Shutdowns are not good for the economy.
Shutdowns cost taxpayers billions of dollars per week.
Shutdowns cost the economy billions of dollars.
They cost businesses money. They could even cause a downgrade to the nation's credit rating.
Families who benefit from WIC and other nutrition programs could see benefits halted.
If this shutdown continues indefinitely, 39 million Americans will risk not having enough food. They will lose their SNAP benefits in February. So that means American children will be going to bed hungry. It's unacceptable.
You know, I'm noticing some of you kind of catching on to some of the issues here.
The longer that this shutdown goes on, the more Americans that will be affected.
Critical services and our economy are being threatened with poison pill partisanship. Shutting down the government should not be a negotiating tactic.
Hostage taking is all they have left, a last gasp of those who cannot cope with the realities of our democracy.
So I want you to understand that one of the prevailing thoughts for the Democrats that are considering voting yes on cloture and advancing the Republican continuing resolution is that, oh, but the Republicans will make us look so bad. Look at what the White House already put out. It will make us look so bad. They're gonna blame us for the shutdown. But like, you can already like I see the rage in chat right now, because you're right. They are already shutting down all of these things. They already are trying to cut SNAP. They're already Republicans are trying to cut SNAP. Republicans and Doge are trying to shut down the VA. They are trying to shut down all of this shit anyway. And the thing about it is, guys, if the government is open, it just gives Elon Musk and Donald Trump more tools with which to shut down the parts they don't like faster. By shutting down the government, we can actually preserve parts of it that matter. We can limit the damage. Okay? And on top of that, by shutting down the government, the courts continue to function. People still keep getting their Social Security and their Medicaid. And what we can do with that is build political pressure by, senators and elected members of Congress doing their job and making it crystal clear that the reason this is happening is because of Donald Trump violating the Constitution, because of Republicans wanting to cut Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. It is the biggest layup in political history for this to happen. To really hammer it home here, guys, I want to play this clip for you, okay? I want to play this clip. Let me pull it up here real quick. I think it's this one, okay? This is from a Republican town hall that happened today, okay? This is where Republicans are at right now, guys. And Democrats are terrified that Republicans are going to make them look bad. But look at how Republican voters actually feel right now.
Support the annexation of Canada and/or Greenland, and this is a yes or no question. I don't want you to wander off into the woods. I don't want to hear about your latest week in your office. Okay, so I'm trying to get your opinion on this as a yes or no. Do you support Trump on annexing Canada or Greenland? And do you like the way he treats the premier or the president of Canada, calling him governor? Is that the way you do as a diplomat? Is that the way the United States should act to our closest neighbors? Is this, and I've still got a little more time. Do you enjoy the way he's tried to extort minerals from the Ukraine? Do you like bullying people that need your help? Do you go for kicking the guy when he's down? Do you support Trump in these things? And this is a yes or no.
The no's in there. Let me answer the first one. And then there was one that really stuck out that I'd like to also answer. I believe your first question that you wanted yes or no is, do I support annexing Greenland and Canada? The short answer to that is no, I do not. There was another question in there. I think it was, do I support a deal? I'm going to paraphrase it a little bit. A deal with Ukraine in obtaining minerals and helping the United States taxpayer recoup the $140 billion or so that we've sent over there? The answer is yes, I do support that.
We'll go to our next.
Do you support?
Like, guys, some of this is, I mean, these are Republicans. That's where Republicans are, guys. There was also another video today from that same town hall of a Republican veteran being thrown out. I believe I have the video here as well. Yes, here it is.
To
Yep.
do your job.
Yep.
Stand up to Trump. Do your job that you were sent there to do.
Yep.
You represent us all.
Thank you for that feedback.
I'm a veteran. You don't fuck about me.
To be clear,
I'm a veteran and you don't give a fuck about me.
Sheriff.
You don't get to take away our rights. You don't get to take our rights to get off this. You don't get to do this to us. Fuck you.
That's where Republicans are, guys. So when Chuck Schumer over here pleads fear, and when these Senate Democrats plead fear that, oh, they're going to make us look bad for standing up to the Republicans, like, I don't know, read the fucking room. Read the fucking room. Republicans right now are standing up to Republicans. You know, like, it's one of the biggest layups in politics, standing up for veterans. And Dems have the ability to frame this entire shutdown as a fight for veterans, right? Like, the fear here is unfounded. It is not a real reason to actually, you know, go along with this capitulation. Okay? Yeah, Chuck Schumer can't even stand up for veterans. My hope is that by the time the sun starts to rise on Washington, D.C., Chuck Schumer is capable of reading the room. Maybe he'll gain that skill overnight. And he will timidly, reverse course on this. And at the very least, not go down in history as someone who gave up the Republic. You know? That's my hope. I think that there's going to be, like, I think it's kind of a foregone conclusion at this point that he's going to be removed from leadership. Like, this is one of the most heinous things I've ever seen a Democrat do. It's disgusting, frankly. And you know what? You want to know some shit, guys? We actually have polling that shows how horseshit the Chuck Schumer gambit actually is. Okay? Very specifically, Quinnipiac put out a new poll today about if the government shut down, who would voters blame? You'll never guess who the majority of voters would blame. 32% would blame Democrats, but then 31% would blame Republicans, and an additional 22% would blame Donald Trump specifically. The other 15% said nothing at all. They declined to offer their opinion. So literally, we have 53% of the electorate at this point blaming Trump and the Republicans for a shutdown. That's right now. That's before media goes into overdrive for Democrats to actually properly frame all of this. So it's baffling. It is truly baffling. And now that we've looked at these things, I want us to take a look at something that I think might go down in history as like a historical document. Okay, and take a look at this. Oh, folks! Also, if you're looking, if you're looking for how to contact your senators, use !organize in chat. You'll get links to a bunch of different things you can do as an, to mobilize, to get together with others for protests, for a bunch of different things. But if you're looking to contact your senator, the very first thing on that list is 5calls.org. And you can use that to get the contact info for your senators and their phone number. So if you're looking to make calls throughout the night as we proceed with this stream, you can get those numbers there, and it's a super easy process. If you're looking for a script, maybe one of my mods can copy and paste this particular script here. Okay. Here's a sample script. Boom. There we go. Posted it in Riverboat chat. There you go. But we're going to take a look at this, okay? We're taking a look at this right now. New piece in the New York Times, everybody. Guest essay from one Chuck Schumer. Trump and Musk would love a shutdown. We must not give them one. Wow, what a really what a great headline to pull out of your ass. Let's take a look. What are his reasons? Over the past 2 months, the United States has confronted a bitter truth. The federal government has been taken over by a nihilist. And I'm going to stop you right there, Chuck. The government has not been taken over by a nihilist. The government's been taken over by a fascist. And in fact, it's been taken over by a fascist and I guess a shadow president. And if you're wondering like, oh, well, what's this shadow president business all about? Just real quick here, we're going to take a look at some reporting. Oh boy. There we go. Going to take a quick look at some reporting here. Musk retweets Hitler didn't murder millions. You know, in case anyone's still on the fence about this guy who is currently puppeteering Donald Trump, in case there was any doubts that this guy wasn't a Nazi, yeah, no, I think we can safely say we're not being led by a nihilist. We're being led by a fascist. Elon Musk is a fucking Nazi. You know, I don't know, maybe something to bring up. Yeah, doubling down on the Nazism. Indeed. But let's keep going through this this piece. Okay. Link, here you go. Boop. 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 There you go. Now let's take a look. I'm just going to read it here. I'm not going to put it on the big screen. President Trump has taken a blowtorch to our country and wielded chaos like a weapon. Most Republicans in Congress, meanwhile, have caved to his every whim. The grand old party has devolved into a crowd of Trump sycophants and MAGA radicals who seem to want to burn everything to the ground. So, Chuck Schumer, with all due respect, you want to keep giving them gasoline. If we go with this metaphor, you're the guy who's giving them gasoline with which to burn everything to the ground. Like, my God. Now, Republicans, again, Chuck Schumer uses the word nihilism, but let's just say Nazism, has brought us to a new brink of disaster. Unless Congress acts, the federal government will shut down Friday at midnight. As I have said many times, there are no winners in a government shutdown. That's simply not true. Whether or not someone wins in a government shutdown scenario depends on the context of that scenario. Okay? But let's keep going. But there are certainly victims. The most vulnerable Americans, those who rely on federal programs to feed their families, get medical care, and stay financially afloat. And I'm just going to throw out there, those federal programs continue to pay out. Those programs continue to function in a government shutdown. This man is a liar. And we're only like 2 paragraphs into this mess. Communities that depend on government services to function will suffer. And that may be true, but you want to know something? You frame that suffering properly as being inflicted upon them by Republicans. Yeah, entitlements keep entitling. They're mandatory spending. It's mandatory for a reason. This week, Democrats offered a way out. Fund the government for another month to give appropriators more time to do their jobs. Republicans rejected this proposal. Why? Because Mr. Trump doesn't want the appropriators to do their job. He wants full control over government spending, which, again, to reiterate, Chuck Schumer is writing this here to argue to give him that. Like, that's the most baffling part about this, guys. Chuck Schumer is arguing that they need to fund the government, i.e., give Donald Trump full control over government spending. Like, it's actually insane. He isn't the first president to want this, but he may be the first president since Andrew Jackson to successfully cow his party into submission. That leads Democrats to a difficult decision: either proceed with the bill before us, or risk Mr. Trump throwing America into the chaos of a shutdown. And you know what? It's really bizarre here, Chuck, because in the middle of your op-ed, you are able to properly frame what is happening here. Mr. Trump throwing America into the chaos of a shutdown. It's so strange that in the middle of this, he's able to frame it in the way that he thinks it's impossible for Democrats to frame it. Ludicrous. In my view, is no choice at all. For sure, the Republican bill is a terrible option. It is deeply partisan. It doesn't address this country's needs. But even if the White House says differently, Mr. Trump and Elon Musk want a shutdown. We should not give them one. The risk of allowing the president to take even more power via a government shutdown is a much worse path. Now, I need you all to understand, or we're pausing here. The courts continue functioning during a government shutdown. So litigation would continue against Elon Musk and Donald Trump and their respective overreach. Additionally, there would be fewer people working, and that would mean they have fewer tools with which to send out mass firing emails, or, they wouldn't have people in the office to tell, hey, you have to fire 4 of your workers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, Additionally, when you sign on to these continuing budget resolutions and the president isn't constrained to spend it the way that Congress appropriates, that just means you are giving him hundreds of billions of dollars that he can do whatever the fuck he wants to do with. So, giving him that is giving him the power. To be clear, no one on my side of the aisle wants a government shutdown. Members who support this continuing resolution do not want that. Members who oppose it do not want that. Members who oppose this resolution want the Republicans to take their responsibilities more seriously and to negotiate spending bills that will address the many needs of the American people. And I'm going to stop and clarify here. The many needs of the American people include making sure that there are guardrails protecting the federal government from DOGE and from the president not listening to Congress. Constitutional rights, in other words. And I want to make something really clear. If the president is already treating Congress as if it doesn't have constitutional rights, the president is not going to treat you, an American citizen, as if you have constitutional rights. It is effectively, if Democrats cave on this, the end of constitutional rights in our republic. That's how serious this is. That's why people are getting so fucking angry. This would be the last legislative hurdle for Elon Musk and Donald Trump to overcome before they are effectively dictators. At least for the time being, constrained by the courts. But if they aren't constrained by Congress, who's to say they're going to be constrained by the courts? So, let's continue on, now that we're clear on that one. I respect my fellow Democrats for that. Unfortunately, this Republican Party is the party of Trump. As bad as passing the continuing resolution would be, I believe a government shutdown is far worse. First, a shutdown would give Mr. Trump and Mr. Musk permission to destroy vital government services at a significantly faster rate than they can right now. Under a shutdown, the Trump administration would have wide-ranging authority to deem whole agencies, programs, and personnel non-essential, furloughing staff members with no promise they would ever be rehired. Except they're doing that right fucking now, Chuck! They're doing that right now! Who is this quote from? This is a Chuck Schumer op-ed. This is Chuck Schumer going to bat for why he is now supporting the continuing budget resolution proposed by the Republicans. They are already doing all of these things. The Trump administration under a shutdown would have no more additional rights to deem whole agencies, programs, and personnel non-essential. They would have no additional rights to furlough staff members. And in fact, while the government operates, they are still continuing to do that. Okay? The decisions about what is essential would, in practice, be largely up to the executive branch, with few left at agencies to check it. Mr. Musk has reportedly said he wants a shutdown and may already be planning how to use one to his advantage. Second, if we enter a shutdown, congressional Republicans could weaponize their majorities to cherry-pick which parts of government to reopen. I'm just gonna throw this out there. If they do that, attack them politically. That's your job. Your senators. You're the most powerful lawmakers we have. Make it news. And also, Chuck, Elon Musk has talked about wanting to build a moon colony, not a moon colony, a Mars colony by 2026. Elon Musk says a lot of fucking shit. He can't back up 99% of it. Who gives a fuck about what he says he wants when it comes to a government shutdown situation? Third, shutdowns mean real pain for American families. For example, a shutdown could cause regional Veterans Affairs offices to reduce even more of their staffs, further delay benefit processing, and curtail mental health services, abandoning veterans who earned and depend on those resources. Now, I'm just a simple country streamer, but I'm going to throw this out there. They are currently cutting VA positions. VA jobs are currently being cut by the Trump administration, and they're promising to cut even more. Additionally, the word "could" there is doing a lot of heavy lifting, because I am fairly certain the VA continues to function in a government shutdown situation. So that doesn't really seem like a very compelling argument. And yes, Mini-Me, I mentioned this at the beginning of stream. We have too much to talk about. I turned off the text-to-speech. I will address donations at the end of stream. It's too much shit going on for like pop-ups to come on and for people to be like doing dick jokes, okay? I know you guys. Don't tell me you're not going to do dick jokes. I know you guys. A shutdown could continue to splash the administrative staffs at Social Security offices, delaying applications and benefit adjustments and forcing seniors to wait even longer for their benefits. And the thing is, they're already cutting offices. That is already happening, Chuck. They closed 60% of Social Security Administration offices. Like, that's already happening. At least in a government shutdown situation, that is all already mandatory spending that will continue regardless of the government shutting down. A shutdown could further stall federal court cases and furlough critical staff members, denying victims and defendants alike their day in court, dragging out appeals and clogging the justice system for months or years. Except that won't happen because the courts stay open and essential staff in the courts continue doing their jobs. So he is just a fucking liar. He was a fucking liar yesterday. He's a fucking liar today. Chuck Schumer, get the fuck out. He should be ashamed to show his face in New York City ever again. No establishment in Chuck Schumer's purview should serve him food. He should be like a pariah. If anyone recognizes him in public, they should give him a hearty "fuck you, asshole." God. Could Democrats call a vote and get a new minority leader? Yes. There could be a vote of no confidence in Chuck Schumer, and there should be one. Finally, a shutdown would be the best distraction Donald Trump could ask for from his awful agenda. Except, I'm going to pause right here. Nothing is going to distract people when prices dramatically increase as a result of Donald Trump's stupid as shit policies. People are going to notice that regardless. All of these arguments are actually dog shit. Guys, I hadn't actually read this piece prior to going on stream. Because, I like giving you the live reaction. I figured there would be maybe one argument that would seem at least somewhat reasonable and plausible in here. There is exactly zero. Man, dog. And Walking Neon Carpet, you can use 5 calls on PC to get numbers if you don't want to update your phone. Right now, Mr. Trump owns the chaos in the government. He owns the chaos in the stock market. He owns the damage happening to our economy. The stock market is falling and consumer confidence is plummeting. In a shutdown, we would be busy fighting with Republicans over which agencies to reopen and which to keep closed instead of debating the damage Mr. Trump's agenda is causing. Except that you can do both. You can pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time, Chuck. You're a grown-ass man. I believe it is my job to make the best choice for the country to minimize the harms to the American people. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open. Fuck Chuck Schumer. This is one of the most out-of-touch things I have ever seen in my life. And the amount of rage I feel is immense. And guys, someone in chat earlier was talking about how AOC was rumored to be potentially running for Chuck Schumer's seat. That should absolutely happen. It is real. That is a real rumor that's been going around Washington. And I do think that she's been prepping to run for Senate myself. But man, guys, let's take a look at just what some people are saying right now. Here's Josh Marshall again, editor-in-chief of Talking Points Memo. I have to say, Chuck Schumer is a weak man and a fool. This was the one cudgel Dems had. Now it's up to the courts, which we knew from the beginning were at best going to slow some things down. There's 18 hours left to somehow bring additional pressure to bear. It will be really hard to do that. It could come from those in his caucus who say that this is a do or die moment, but I'm not sure enough of them are that in earnest. And that's true, which is why we have to call in. We have to call in. That's why we are calling in. Okay? Additionally, folks, it's just a whole lot here. Here's Aaron Rupar correctly pointing out, if Trump and his cronies are able to veto appropriations made by Congress, then we've already moved into a dictatorial system of government. Why would Democrats waste time negotiating spending deals if Trump can just rip them up after he signs them? And yeah, that's in response to this. Trump and OMB director Russ Vought are already crafting a plan to impound some of the funding in the coming continuing resolution. Multiple sources tell me. Further spending cuts were part of GOP leaders' pitch to conservatives when the continuing resolution passed to the House last week. So, like, the people in Trump's office are already planning to not spend this money the way Congress is appropriating it. That's already happening, guys. And we also have Indivisible here calling on folks to pressure senators. We cannot let up on this pressure campaign, folks. No Dem senator has to follow Schumer here. This is a weak strategic move driven by fear and learned helplessness. Don't follow him. He's leading the party into irrelevance and helping Trump and Musk in the process. Call your Dem senators and ask them not to join Schumer's surrender tomorrow. That is what we need to do, okay? That's what we need to do. Okay? Continue calling right up until it happens, right up until that vote starts. Keep calling. We have to keep calling. Also, like, in case you want to see like how badly this looks for Chuck Schumer to even libs who've been paying half attention, Ken Klippenstein put this together.
We will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. While the CR bill is very bad, the potential for a shutdown has consequences for America that are much, much worse. For sure, the Republican bill is a terrible option. It is not a clean CR. It is deeply partisan. It doesn't address far too many of this country's needs. But I believe allowing Donald Trump to take even much more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option.
God damn it. What time will this start? We are going to be calling in all together, all at once, to Senate Democrat offices starting at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. So in approximately 4 hours? Yeah, 4 hours. Okay? That's when we are going to start. And if you want to call throughout the night, please feel free to do so. Okay? Feel free to do so, folks. A lot of staffers are working late into the night, especially with this turd sandwich floating in the water. How many people are doing this? As many as we can get. Aspen Silver, I just was like, I need to do something. So this is what we are doing as a community. If we can get more people involved, the better. Ask your friends, ask your family. Each one of you needs to do that. Okay? Reach out. We need to get as many people together as possible. Doing it right now? Good. Love to see it, Celestial. Call DC offices, Neuron. Both my senators are Republican. What do? Call them anyway. What time does the vote start? No idea when the vote starts, which is why we need to call when the office is open. Okay? Like, guys, I know that it feels real bad and it feels kind of hopeless, but understand, you are not alone. There are millions, literal millions of people across this country who feel exactly the same amount of rage and anger about this situation as you do. Okay? These assholes in Washington think that they are isolated from the consequences of their actions and the political ramifications of what they do in the next handful of hours here. They are not. And we need them to know we are watching what they do today. We need them to know that there are millions, if not tens of millions of people who are deeply invested in the outcome of the votes today and will hold them accountable for their vote. Okay? What can anyone outside the US do to help? If you know people in the United States, reach out to them and ask them to call this morning as well. Okay? We've got about 4 hours until these offices open. So you have 4 hours to get in contact, to send messages to folks that you know here, to try and rouse them to action as well. And we're gonna keep going until we get that vote. You know, I think starting at 7:30, and I'm gonna go for as long as I can. I'm running on a lot of anger and caffeine. Is it not 3 hours? Well, in 4 hours, it's gonna be like 6:40 here. So that would be 7:40 in DC. I couldn't find what time Senate session starts, but likely not until after 8 a.m. Eastern time, so calling at 7:30 is crucial. I looked up when DC offices open, and they start getting into full swing around 7:30 a.m. In Washington. So the Senate session isn't going to start probably until 8:30 or 9. But we don't know after that when the vote will take place. It might not be the first thing on the docket. They might wait until it's the last thing. They might wait until the last minute to try and make sure no one tries any funky business with the votes. I don't have a phone, but I've sent 2 emails to my senators tonight. If you can figure out how to send a fax, that can also do a lot, Gilbertus Maximus, that actually puts a physical piece of paper into their office. That's harder to ignore. Do we know which senators are yes and no on it? Neuron, there were places keeping tallies earlier today, but like things have gotten so chaotic that that information could be outdated. We aren't really sure. There is earlier today there was some reporting. Let me see if I can pull that up. Ba-da-da-ba-ba. God, so many things to look at. One, no. And guys, also so many things happened over the course of the last 24 hours, and we're not even touching on all of them. We're touching on this one topic tonight, because this is of paramount importance for us to actually get involved in and do something about. I might not be able to get the names that I saw. Let me see if I can grab it on the back end. I'm so angry, like my hands are shaking. I don't know if you guys can tell. Okay. That doesn't work. Let's check out. I think it was this account. Yeah, here we go. On the right track. Need that list. Go. Oh, maybe not. Here. I think it was posted by Indivisible. Maybe. Let's see. Here, while I look. Well, I can't look for it at the same time. Oops. Here. This is from 17 hours ago, so like it's been outdated. Tell your we need you to call your Democratic senator ASAP if their name is on this list. Tell your senator you will have their back if they do the right thing and vote no on the extreme MAGA spending bill that would give Trump more power. These Democratic senators need to hear from their constituents today. Mark Kelly in Arizona, Michael Bennett in Colorado, Brian Schatz in Hawaii, Gary Peters, Michigan, Tina Smith, Minnesota, Catherine Cortez Masto in Nevada, Jackie Rosen, Nevada, Jean Shaheen, New Hampshire, Kristen Gillibrand, New York, and Jack Reed of Rhode Island. If your senator is on this list, you can use the call page, but like here, I'll just link this in chat. Honestly, like even if you are not a constituent, consider calling these particular senators. That being said, I do not know how up to date any of this is, but at the very least, guys, call your own senators. Call your own senators and make sure that you, make sure you do that. And at the very least, consider calling these people as well. All right? At 10:30 p.m., Mark Kelly announced he was a no. Even if they have announced since then that they are a no, consider calling them anyway, okay? And yes, when you do call, ask them to convince their colleagues to vote no as well, okay? And honestly, guys, even if you've already called today, it may be worth calling again right now in order to, make sure this is a exceptional scenario. All right. Call them and thank them for staying a strong no and tell their paired Dem senator to vote no too. Yes. Yes. If you currently do not, Michael McAllister over on Twitch says, if you currently do not have access to a phone, search for Pop Talks. It claims to offer free internet calling with no sign up necessary. I'll probably use that so I don't have to use speakerphone through my ISP phone. It's like 12:46 a.m. here. Sounds good. Thank you for doing what you can. If they've said they're, that's a great idea, Depraved Ambiance, who writes, if they've said they're a no, call them and congratulate them on doing their job well and standing up to the fascists and their threats. That's true. Sometimes, I know a lot of us are angry, but sometimes that positive affirmation can be more strong when they're already doing the thing or at least already signaling they want to do the thing we want them to do. So, consider varying your approach. And Nick Leftist, keep calling Gillibrand, keep calling Mark Kelly, etc. Yeah. Let's check in with Ezra Levin here, who put out a 2.5-minute breakdown of the Democratic strategy and kind of what we need to do in the intervening hours between now and whenever the vote is. Ezra Levin, for those of you who don't know, is one of the co-founders of Indivisible, which is one of the most effective protesting orgs currently putting pressure on Congress. Okay, he and his wife are currently being threatened by Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and they're being threatened with being labeled as terrorists for organizing effective protests. So, this guy does have good ideas about what to do. Let's listen to him.
Part of Indivisible's role is to try to demystify somewhat complex processes. So I'm going to describe to you what a cave looks like. I think it's important for us to understand what it would look like for the Democrats in the Senate to surrender. The bill, as it currently exists, this MAGA funding bill, requires 60 votes in the Senate to move forward. That's why this is any kind of discussion at all. The fact that it requires 60 votes to move forward, that's why Democrats have leverage. Republicans in the Senate don't have 60 votes. They've got 53 votes. So they've somehow got to find 7 votes, maybe 8 if they're not able to keep Rand Paul on board on their side. 7 or 8 votes in order to move this forward. That 60 vote threshold is what's known as cloture. You cut off debate and move forward with a vote on the underlying bill. If you hit 60 votes for cloture, then you just need 50 votes to pass the underlying bill, the actual MAGA funding bill. So here's what a cave would look like in realistically what it would look like. 7 or 8 Democrats would say, I oppose this bill, but I'm going to vote for cloture. And then in exchange, what John Thune and the Senate Republicans will give me is the right to vote for a clean short-term funding bill. Now, what's a delicate way to put this? This is bullshit. This is not a real strategy.
Yeah, it's bullshit. They're blowing smoke up your ass and trying to trick everyone into thinking it's actually just a warm internal massage.
The reason why you do this
Dragonfly.
is because you think your constituents are too dumb to understand how congressional procedure works. It's because you think when you vote for
Princess Fiona, just assume your Democrat who is in your senator, just assume they are a no vote and call them to tell them that they are going to vote, that they should vote. You should assume that they are going to betray us, assume that Democrats are going to do the cowardly thing and apply pressure to get them to do the right thing,
For cloture and then vote against the bill itself, you can beat your chest back home and say, I fought the Republican bill, but you actually didn't. You actually didn't. So they are trying to trick their constituents. That's what that cave would look like.
I heard Bernie Sanders supports the CR. That is simply a lie. He does not.
They haven't caved yet. They have not caved yet. This is still a jump ball. This is going to be determined sometime in the next day or so. It's all coming to a head Friday night. Maybe it bleeds into the weekend. That's possible. The smart money right now is that Dems may very well cave. It's something like 60, 70% chance if you're talking to insiders right now. But nobody knows. Nobody knows. Part of Indivisible's role.
And that is why, by the way, we need to do whatever we can, however we can, to tip those scales. It may be 60 to 70% right now from the point of view of insiders, but you know what? Some of those insiders, like a week ago, were like, well, obviously Democrats are going to cave 100%. That 100% has changed dramatically. We got a 40 to 30% chance now. Let's keep putting that pressure on. Let's put even more pressure on. Let's turn that into odds that favor us instead. Okay? Make sure that they vote no on cloture. Do not give up the 60 vote threshold. Okay? That 60 votes is literally all of the leverage Democrats are going to have. All of it. All of it. And right now we have AOC going on the warpath, saying there are members of Congress who have won Trump-held districts in some of the most difficult territories in the United States, who walked the plank and took innumerable risks in order to defend the American people, just to see some Senate Democrats even consider acquiescing to Elon Musk. I think it's a huge slap in the face, and I think there is a wide sense of betrayal. There is an internal war brewing inside of the Democrats, because like this cowardice is going to well, it's going to come back and bite Chuck Schumer for sure, but it may take down several others with him. Here's Bernie Sanders on Chris Hayes.
That assumes that millions of people are not standing up and saying, you know what? We're a democracy, not an authoritarian society. Don't undo the Constitution of the United States. You're not going to throw 83,000 workers off the Veterans Administration. You're not going to cut the Social Security staff so that elderly people will die while they're waiting to get the benefits that they paid into. You're not going to take food away from hungry kids. If you do nothing, you sit back and you say it is going to be terrible. And that's right. A shutdown will be terrible. But our job is to put the onus on the Republican president, the Republican House, the Republican Senate, the people who control the government. They are responsible. They've acted in an undemocratic, unprecedented, unilateral way. They've given us an offer, take it or leave it. That ain't the way democracy works.
Like that, full on. Like that is exactly what people need to understand. That is their job. Their job is to correctly frame it to us, the constituents. And not only is that one of the easiest jobs in the world, because as you can see, if you look around at all of the goddamn Democratic constituents, we're all pissed as fuck. We are all up to here. We are all like screaming for scorched earth warpath policies. Okay? And Chuck Schumer and Senator Gillibrand and all these fluffers in the Democratic ranks are still so goddamn scared of doing anything. That level of cowardice is unconscionable in people who ostensibly lead us. Any vote for cloture today is a vote to end government under the Constitution. Nailed it, Jem. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Schumer wrote an op-ed. We just got done going over that op-ed. It is absolutely terrible. Too many of them act like their job is fundraising. Even their fundraisers don't want them to do this, you know? Like, yeah, and the thing is, so many of us are in the how fucking dare they? How fucking dare they lie to us? How fucking dare they try to manipulate us? How fucking dare they do like piss on us and tell us that it's raining? How fucking dare they? It is I'm livid, guys. I've been so angry today. Even AOC out here doing her part. A yes on cloture is a yes for the bill. Don't let anyone play games with you. Full stop. Like, guys, like if you want to know who to pay attention to going forward here in politics, look for the people who aren't trying to bullshit you constantly. Okay? Does that script only work on Democratic senators? CF, you're gonna have to use your best judgment, okay? God. You know, and just looking around here, guys. You know, we also got Maxwell Frost over here. If you vote for this Republican funding bill, you are complicit in all that Doge, President Elon, and Trump does. He's right. He's right. Even r/neoliberal is not happy with this situation. Of course not. Of course not. I mean, like, you even got, like, Molly Knight over here, who's a lib. Maybe this needed to happen so we'd get very clear about who these losers are and have our own Tea Party moment to get rid of all of them. Every single one of them needs to be primaried. It no longer matters if these people win general elections if they betray us like this. Legit question. What will Dems do if once the Dems agree to reopen the government, Trump will just go, I'm not listening to X, Y, and Z, and no one can make me do otherwise? Well then, like, basically what will happen then is the courts. And if the courts don't constrain him, then, like, we're in, you know, a very different scenario. You know, we're talking like possible military involvement to you know, we're talking like a much different kind of situation. But we're not there yet. Sweet Blasphemy writes, I have chronic anhedonia. It takes a lot to really rile me up, but this is the most emotion I've really felt in a long time. Yeah. Yep. U.S. Marshals would probably get involved. Yeah, it would escalate. I mean, guys, like, we got San Francisco Gate over here, like, writing, hey, Democrats, wake the fuck up. Like, that's where we're at. We're literally at prominent news outlets just being like, hey, what the fuck are you guys doing? The incompetence has reached a breaking point here, guys. It is striking. I've never seen any kind of backlash like this. There's not really anything to compare it to. And in case people are like, oh, well, you know, is AOC going to run? Here's CNN from just, 6 hours ago or so. Ocasio-Cortez mobilizes Democrats against Schumer plan as colleagues privately urge her to consider primary challenge. The rumor on the street has been that she's been gearing up for a Senate challenge to Chuck Schumer. And my guess is that if she wasn't before, she is now accelerating her plans. You know? My guess is that she's gonna go after Chuck Schumer and go for the jugular, because like this guy's on his way out, you know. New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said Thursday she plans to mobilize her massive base of followers to oppose what she described as an acquiesce by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer to accept the House GOP funding bill. Quote, I think there's a deep sense of outrage and betrayal. Let's see here. Do we actually have like the clip? Really
Chuck Schumer, I guess the Senate Democratic leader, your senator, said at this meeting that he is going to vote for cloture. He is going to vote to allow there to be a simple majority vote. You think that's wrong?
I believe that's a tremendous mistake. Yes.
Why?
I think, well, first and foremost, the American people, if anyone has held a town hall or has seen what has been happening in town halls, American people, whether they are Republicans, Independents, Democrats, are up in arms about Elon Musk and the actual gutting of federal agencies across the board.
We literally watched a veteran get pulled out of a GOP, town hall. We literally watched that like an hour back in the stream. Like, people are pissed, and that anger, that rage is going across politics. It is going across party lines. It is going across economic lines. And I think that it is going to radicalize a lot of people into some kind of solidarity with, to oppose what is happening, you know?
This continuing resolution codifies much of this chaos that Elon Musk is wreaking havoc on the federal government. It codifies many of those changes. It sacrifices and completely eliminates congressional authority in order to review these impulsive Trump tariffs that he's switching on and off. And on top of that, for folks who are concerned about effectiveness in government, this Republican extreme spending bill removes all of the guardrails and all of the accountability measures to ensure that money is being spent in the way that Congress has directed for it to be spent. This turns the federal government into a slush fund for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It sacrifices congressional authority, and it is deeply partisan. And so to me, it is almost unthinkable why Senate Democrats would vote to hand the few pieces of leverage that we have away for free when we've been sent here to protect Social Security, protect Medicaid, and protect Medicare.
What do you think of the job that Chuck Schumer is doing? Would you ever challenge him, do you think?
I think that what we need right now is a...
She's very savvy not to just be like, yes, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, old man. But like... It's insane. Like, I mean, just on the merits of what's actually in the continuing resolution, to continue under the GOP, like it's heinous. It literally like cripples Washington D.C. infrastructure. It boosts funding for ICE to do, its brown shirt shit in different cities across the United States. And frankly, again, none of it has to be spent the way that Congress appropriates. Because as AOC pointed out, there are no guardrails. And I think that one of the things we have to really reckon with here, and I saw someone ask, like, would AOC be effective in the Senate? And yeah, there are fewer senators total, so she would wield more power comparatively in the Senate. And I think that we need more people in the Senate we can rely on to like have good opinions and to use their power to move things in a positive direction, and I would certainly appreciate her doing that. Yeah. God,
united Senate Democratic caucus that can stand up for this country and not vote for
Yeah, I'll get you the link,
cloture
Jim.
and not vote for this bill. And I think that the strength that we have is in this moment. Reconciliation and all of these, Republicans do not need Democratic votes for that. They need it for this. And so the strength of our leadership in this moment is going to demonstrate the strength of our caucus. And I cannot urge enough how bad of an idea it is to empower and enable Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment. It is dangerous and it is reckless.
Well, you just talked about the strength of your leadership. Chuck Schumer just said that he's going to vote for cloture. Not only the Democrats can do it, but he's going to participate in it. Does that mean that you think he's a weak Senate leader?
I think that that would be a mistake. But
You know, like, she's not going to say yes. Jake, you don't got to ask that question. Anyone who can put one and one together to make two can suss it out for themselves, okay?
We have time between now and tomorrow, and I hope that individuals that are considering that reconsider it. I genuinely do. I don't think it's what New Yorkers want. I don't think it's what the country wants. This is genuinely not about Democrats or Republicans. This is about deep cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. This is about the evisceration of the federal government. This is about codifying the looting that is happening at the behest of Elon Musk in order to pay for his tax breaks for billionaires. And we have a responsibility to stand up for it. That is why people elected us, and that is our responsibility to them right now.
Yep. God. So many people are angry right now. Here is the piece. As promised, Jem. Posted in all the other chats as well. Well, let's just read this part right here. Privately, House Democrats are so infuriated with Schumer's decision that some have begun encouraging AOC to run against Schumer in a primary, according to a Democratic member who directly spoke with Ocasio-Cortez about running at the caucus policy retreat. Multiple Democrats in the Congressional Progressive Caucus and others directly encouraged Ocasio-Cortez to run on Thursday night after Schumer's announcement, this member said. The member said that Democrats in Leesburg were so mad that even centrist Democrats were ready to write checks for AOC for Senate, adding that they have never seen people so mad. Asked by CNN about fellow Democrats, let's see. We don't need her quote. We have any more insider quotes? Yeah, that was it. But basically, guys, literally, this is cutting across all of the politics lines, you know? All the political lines. Even being a federal worker, I still hope for a shutdown. Me too, Quigley. Me too. I mean, I'm not a federal worker, but you know what I mean. Did we win? Vox Syndicate, not yet. Y'all need to keep calling. Y'all need to keep emailing. Y'all need to keep faxing. Okay? Get some straight faxes in there to your senators. Okay? Get them to do their fucking jobs. Here's a story from Axios updated 5 hours ago. House Dems go into complete meltdown as Schumer folds. Just take a look. Here, complete meltdown, complete and utter meltdown on all text chains, said the member, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to offer sensitive details of members' internal conversations. A senior House Democrat said people are furious and that some rank-and-file members have floated the idea of angrily marching onto the Senate floor in protest. Others are talking openly about supporting primary challenges to senators who vote for the GOP spending bill. It's wild. People are really fucking mad about this, guys. There were many battleground Dems in the House that were semi-uncomfortable with the vote, said one House Democrat. The Senate left the House at the altar. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, in remarks to his House colleagues at their annual retreat on Thursday, lauded them for standing up to President Trump by voting against the bill, according to multiple sources. When he praised House Democrat votes, he received a standing ovation. When he mentioned Senate Democrats, members booed. You know you are in the wrong when Hakeem Jeffries is to the left of you. You know? House Democrat text chains lit up Thursday night with expressions of blinding anger, according to numerous lawmakers who described the conversations on the condition of anonymity. People are pissed, one House Democrat told Axios in a text message. Several members, including moderates, have begun voicing support for a primary challenge to Schumer, floating Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Dan Goldman as possible candidates, 3 House Democrats said. That's not, by the way, that's not 3 like House Democrat staffers. That's 3 members, like 3 members of Congress told Axios. Okay? One lawmaker even vowed at the House Democratic retreat to write a check tonight supporting Ocasio-Cortez, said the senior House Democrat. Another Democrat told Axios the ideation has gone a step further. There's definitely a primary recruitment effort happening right now, not just Schumer, but for everyone who votes no. God. I think that might have been a flub, because we want them to deny cloture. We want them to vote no. Plenty of members have also gone public with their dismay at their Senate colleagues. I know I speak for so many in our caucus when I say Schumer is misreading this moment. The Senate Dems must show strength and grit by voting no, said Representative Becca Balint of Vermont. Said Representative Steve Cohen of Tennessee. I don't know where Schumer is coming from. It doesn't look good for the leader. Members have spent the day frantically texting and calling their home state senators, hoping to persuade enough of them to vote against the bill to block it. That outreach has continued late into Thursday night, said one member. Folks are still working the phones tonight with their senators. We have not given up. And neither should you guys, okay? Neither should you guys. You guys call. You know what? At this point, reading this kind of reporting, keep calling. Call tonight, okay? Before you go to bed, I know a lot of you are up late. Before you go to bed, make one more call to your senators today, okay? One more before you sleep. They're doing the vote at around 1:15 p.m. I made this to watch. Where can I confirm that? Would calling Ted Cruz do anything? Might. Worth a shot. I'm going to set my alarm and sleep, slap myself, and wake up to a more personal sounding and direct call. Let's go, Brutus Magnuson. Keep going. Keep going. Loyalist senators, just talk to them about the importance of Article 1 of the Constitution. Come on, you can do this. I know you can. Like, you just got to tweak the the script for the other senators. Just tweak it a little bit. You'll be fine. You got this. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett isn't great on everything, but like she's at the very least savvy at politics. You know? Just tried, they said, to call during office hours. Well, office hours will start at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time, and we are going to be calling all together, okay? As someone in a red state with 2 Republican senators, I don't really know what I can do. Call them anyway. And you know what? At the same time, consider calling Chuck Schumer when office is open, okay? If you are in a red state, consider calling Chuck Schumer. You might not be a constituent, but adding your voice to the proverbial pile is going to matter, especially when it comes to Chuck Schumer. He is the Senate Minority Leader, so he does have pull, and if he does backtrack on this, which is a non-zero possibility. He does lack a spine. So, which section of Article 1? The part where it talks about the powers of Congress and the power of the purse. When and if Trump leaves office, is it over for the Republican Party? I have no idea. I have no idea. I know that if Trump had lost this past election, it would have been the end of the Republican Party. I don't know if that happens after this administration. So we'll see. Chuck Jellyfish Schumer, indeed. Quigley, worth a shot. At this point, we're kind of throwing everything in the kitchen sink at the problem. You know? Worth a shot. Also, worth pointing out here at the very end of this Axios article, some House members in turn have gotten an earful from constituents. Quote, I have never had so many people from home personally texting me angry, said another House Democrat. Quote, I don't think they knew who Chuck Schumer was before today, the lawmaker said, but they know now, and they hate him. That's where we're at, folks. We got kitchen sink politics. We're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at these guys. The URL is a couple messages above this one. Can you whisper? Yeah, whisper me to give me the link. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of where we're at, Depraved Ambiance. Perfect comment. I'm just going to quote you. There's basically nothing you can do to make the situation worse except inaction. Call, add your voice, and stay engaged. Love it. Love that attitude. Because it's true. There's basically no way you can call and fuck this up, guys. There's practically no way. Okay? My kitchen sink is rubbish. I could probably throw that too. Oh, God. Schumer's cooked. AOC will easily oust him in a primary when he's up for re-election in 2028. I was trying to remember if he's up for re-election in 2028 or 2026. Dumb question. Is this an issue only for senators, or should I call my representative too? Aunt Jer, when we're talking about the continuing budget resolution, that has already passed the House. So right now, the Senate is where all the action is on this particular issue. You could call your representative just to be like, man, I hope you guys don't mess up like Chuck Schumer. Haha. Because they're all going to know exactly what you're talking about. But, yeah. Oh, sorry you're blue. Just facts, Chuck. Love to see it. Let's get some paper flowing in his office. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, I mean, basically every major news outlet is covering this. Deep sense of outrage and betrayal. NPR has reached out to Schumer's office for further comment, and weirdly enough, they didn't get back to NPR. Huh. Strange. Curious. Democratic senators should stick together, said Representative Pramila Jayapal, before Schumer made the announcement. Yeah. I mean, like, God, guys, some of these quotes are uh, some of the strongest language I've ever seen Democratic members of Congress put out there. I think they're going to rue the day they made this decision, said New York Representative Joe Morell, a member of the centrist New Democrat coalition. Guys, these people are not lefties. These people are not like part of the progressive caucus. These are middle of the road folks that usually disagree with us on everything. Even they are coming out and being like, "Yeah, nah, this is fucked." You know? Voting against the CR after you vote to allow the bill on the floor, which is what I assume some of them are trying to be too clever in doing. Frankly, now I think this just gives license to Republicans to continue to dismantle the government. They now have the acquiescence of Senate Democrats. And like that's more from Morell, okay? Ocasio-Cortez on Schumer's argument says, I cannot underscore how incorrect that is because what voting for this CR does is that it codifies the chaos and the reckless cuts that Elon Musk has been pursuing. That is what Senate Democrats will be empowering if they vote for the CR or continuing resolution, you know? Vasquez, who is also a member of the centrist New Democrats, called on Schumer to step up and get his caucus together, show the American people that we're going to stand up and fight for them in one of the very few opportunities that Democrats have to gain leverage over this administration. Like, goddamn, guys, when even the centrist Dems that are usually tucking their tails between their legs and running home are getting in this right, like, we actually have a shot of this, of our phone calls pressuring senators to make better choices, okay? You know? Like, we have a shot here. God. There's nothing like it. I've been covering politics for years now. I have no words for this. I've never seen this. Yeah, even fucking Susan Rice. Exactly, my reverend. Susan Rice was on top of this one. Don't give me hope. Look, I don't want to give you too much hope, but you need enough hope to make these calls, okay? I need you guys to know you're not the only ones angry about this shit. You're not the only ones here, okay? Instant Distractions writes, so outsider here from Canada and Portugal, citizenship. How are y'all looking at this Trump government? Most other Western nations are now fully recognizing the U.S. is heading toward authoritarian corporate dictatorship. Where's the strongest resistance in the U.S. right now? The strongest resistance in the U.S. is on the ground and in the courts. Those are the two kind of main sources of resistance. People on the ground here in the U.S. are beyond pissed off. And it's now transcending party politics. We've got Republicans showing up and screaming at their elected representatives, getting kicked out by armed police. We've got Democrats, you know, people who are like my mom, 70 years old, and like talking about like, yeah, actually, this is the most scared I've ever been in the United States. You know? And they're angry. You know, these are people who have, by and large, not gotten into activism over the course of their lives. And they are going out there and doing things for the first time ever. Like, yes, the people currently in charge of the United States in the office of the president are indeed fascists. And we need to treat them as such. And I think people in the United States are waking up to that reality. I think that most people, you know, because a lot of people in the United States totally checked out of politics, right? I think most people who are checked out are going to wake up to those, to politics. They're going to wake up to what's going on. sooner rather than later. It might take the budget going through and like screwing with Social Security and Medicaid, but I think people are going to notice. And they might catch on to it before then because of how quickly people are mobilizing against the Republicans. And Kalishna, observing that people aren't pissed off enough, not Fed posting. People should be pissed off. People should be getting progressively more pissed off. Exactly, Ocean Dad. So much good work is happening on the ground right now. Like some of the organizing groups like Indivisible are growing at a rate of like, 5-6 local chapters per day, which is insane. And people are protesting in greater and greater numbers at Tesla dealerships, in grassroots movements. It is, people are waking up, people are waking up. What specific amendments did Schumer add? None, because Democrats were like, wait a minute, that's horse shit. You're not going to get anything. And so now Chuck Schumer is instead pivoting, saying, oh, well, let's just support the GOP bill then. That's it. No amendments. Also, even if you did support amendments, those amendments require a majority vote. Dems aren't going to get that from Republicans. So all of those amendments are dead in the water. They don't fucking matter. Yeah, exactly, Vox Syndicate. I think that's a really good observation. Most people who are checked out kind of trust the government to be ineffective but static. They're waking up to the fact that things are not normal. Yeah, and they're waking up to the things that things are not normal because it's not just that the government is ineffective, it's that the government is actively becoming malicious to their lives. You know? From Twitch, here's the link. Hell yeah. Thank you very, very much for this link. The schedule for Friday, March 14th, that is today. So the Senate will resume at 10 a.m. on Friday. At 10:45 a.m., the Senate will vote on a motion to invoke cloture on the Feinberg nomination. When will they invoke cloture? I don't know that I don't know that this is related to the budget. Yeah, because this is for Deputy Secretary of Defense. Ah, here we are. At approximately 1:15 p.m., 3 roll call votes are currently expected. Confirmation of Executive Calendar number 35, Stephen Feinberg to be Deputy Secretary of Defense. Passage of Cal number 18 and S331, Halt Fentanyl Act. And then motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to the continuing appropriations. I assume that is what we are looking at here. So around 1:15, possibly, though what order they may tackle these in could vary. But yeah, maybe it seems like the vote around what will take place around 1:15 p.m. Eastern time, though when exactly after this it will take place, loosey-goosey, depending on how long these things take and what order they go in, etc. Thank you very much for linking this. I very much appreciate it. That being said, we are going to be calling at 7:30 because we want to make sure that the senators hear and know we are aware and know we are calling before the Senate is in session. No, Screech, Republicans added the increased ICE funding. I don't know, CF. Like use your brain, figure it out. I believe in you. I'm not walking you through like the Constitution right now. I was super mean in my emails. That's totally fine. If you're in Washington, Senator Maria Cantwell is unsurprisingly undecided on the CR. Call her tomorrow first thing. 202-224-3441 or send a fax to let her know how you feel about this. Absolutely. Ooh, Coder Joe, apparently the resources section of the Discord now has some instructions on how to fax your senators in order to get more of get more in contact with them. Gets them a physical thing in their office to look at. Okay? Feel like Trump is doing so much shit to you all so quickly that you all may not be aware of just how destabilizing he has made the entire world. Canadians are gearing up for a war, not just in trade. Trump has threatened annexation more and more since January. He is now saying border treaties. Yeah. Oh, we're aware. We're aware. There's just not really much we can do about it outside of what we're already doing, which is organizing bigger and bigger protests. Okay. We are doing our best, but like literally every mechanism available to us is fucked beyond belief. So it's kind of like one of those things where we're prepping to do like a mass protest movement. And hopefully it will be enough. That being said, there are also elements of our military that are not fully on board with ideas like invading Canada or Greenland. And we're gonna we're gonna see what happens, I guess. Little off topic, but last night Swedish and Danish news called Vladimir Putin the president of the United States. I mean, he's getting everything he wants out of us at the moment, so yeah. Yeah, don't send memes. Like, give them an actual genuine like rage email. That's preferable. Your senators don't accept fax, gotta call again. Do whatever you gotta do to get in contact with them. What I love though is that I am currently seeing in this chat literally hundreds of people working together to leverage as much of our dissatisfaction and rage into possible action on the part of our elected representatives and elected senators. That's really cool. I'm really proud of all of you guys, and we're going to continue doing shit like this as we go forward. Hopefully bigger and bigger and bigger. And in in person as well. That's the goal. Yes, also very important to say never threaten your representative. You can talk about how, you're going to put everything you can into primarying them if they vote wrongly on the bill, if they vote in favor of the budget put together by the Republicans, but don't threaten them with violence. You will get visited by police, and just from what I've seen right now, not a thing you really want to have happen to you in America. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hey, Ms. Milena. You say you'll remember when election time rolls around? Exactly. All right. One thing I want to take a look at here is, a really, really interesting thing happened today, because Chuck Schumer was not content with just posting an op-ed in the New York Times and then tucking his tail between his legs and cowering. He took that cowering onto Chris Hayes' show, believe it or not. And here is the interview.
Senate Democrats are split over how they will vote on the Republican plan to keep the government funded, though on Elon Musk and Donald Trump's terms. Trump's budget director, and this is key, is already reportedly preparing to ignore the spending appropriated in the bill. Some Democrats have said they will not support the plan, even if it means a government shutdown. But Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer of New York says he will support the vote basically to get the bill in a position to pass and to keep the government open.
For sure, the Republican...
Okay, we can skip this part. We've already watched it. Yeah, non-binary, and he can do that. It would be disastrous, but the president can in fact do that, unfortunately.
A lot of people watching this right now who are
damn. Chuck looks like Chuck Schumer looks like a little kid who's trying to tell the teacher that the dog ate his homework.
Confused about this decision,
okay,
or upset by it. So just spell out, just give me your logic, particularly on this sort of on the one hand, on the other. What is the cost you see to the constitutional order of a shutdown that isn't already being done now?
It's a dramatic cost. Here's why, Chris. Under a shutdown, it is the executive branch, in this case Trump, Musk, Doge, and Vogt, who's head of the OMB, who we all know are authoritarians, vicious, nasty, who would have sole control over what is funded and what isn't. They get...
That's what they're doing now, ding dong.
...to determine what is a, quote, essential service. And they will just cut to smithereens, far greater than in the CR bill, which is a lousy bill. Far greater than that, what could be funded and what couldn't. And there's...
The thing that boggles my mind is they're already doing that. We had Paladin Lost on, maybe about a month ago, and he talked about what they're doing is I think he called it a fire sale. The idea being you just unplug everything. You unplug as many things as possible, and then whenever people complain too much, you plug it back in. They're already doing mass cuts. This is gaslighting. This is absolutely gaslighting.
There's no recourse. You can't go to court. This is a decision totally in the executive branch. And so...
If you're wondering why Chris Hayes looks confused here, it's because you can still go to court over those things. You can actually still fight that in the court, because the government being shut down doesn't give the president super special secret powers that no one was aware of. Oh, fire alarm testing. Thank you, Cutter Joe. Thank you. I, of course, was confusing fire alarm testing with the term fire sale that was used in the hit film Live Free or Die Hard.
It would be devastating. Why is it that Elon Musk and Donald Trump want a government shutdown? So they can take control of the government and do their vicious, horrible things. They could cut half the government. They could tell employees you're not essential and never bring them back, permanently firing them. It's a disaster. And in a few weeks, if there was a shutdown, everyone would be complaining and howling. Why did they eliminate SNAP? Why did they?
They're already trying to do that. Also, SNAP doesn't stop working during a shutdown, you lying sack of shit. Chuck Schumer thinks you are stupid. He thinks you are one of the dumbest motherfuckers. He thinks you are gonna fall for a simple card trick. This guy thinks that every single one of you is a goddamn moron who was born yesterday. And he can just say things and wiggle his fingers around and make it so for you. I think he is actually all of those things himself. Fucking traitor.
They cut so much of Medicaid, but they could do all that on their own.
They can't cut Medicaid on their own. You lying fuck.
That's the problem. There is no check on them with a shutdown. That's not to say this.
This guy is literally relying on the fact that people aren't going to know how the government works. That's what he's doing. He's relying, and guys, that's a pretty bad bet. When you're going on all in with Chris Hayes, that's a really bad tactic to take, you know? God damn. The arrogance off of this guy. Tell chat to try and shame their senators in their emails/calls. I emailed Warner yesterday calling him spineless, and I got a response tonight saying he'd vote against it. Good. Get your senators to vote against to vote against this GOP funding bill by hook or by crook. Okay, whatever you got to do within the bounds of legality, obviously. Like, say what you got to say.
CR bill is a good bill. It isn't. It didn't have any safeguards in it, but it would be much, much worse.
If it didn't have safeguards, what would stop them from doing all of that bad shit you just described? Even inside of his own goddamn baby brain logic that he's trying to bedazzle us with, it doesn't make sense. It falls apart. There are no guardrails in the continuing resolution. So what stops them from doing all of that anyway? Nothing. Nothing stops them from doing all of that anyway. God damn it. Yes, guys, what we're doing is organized bullying of our elected officials. Because remember, they work for us. All right?
To have a shutdown. And my job, Chris, as leader, is to see.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Sorry You're Blue. You actually got a response from him? Let's take a look. Where was it? Was it in the topic suggestions? Clicked the wrong thing. All right. This is the official response from one Charles E. Schumer, United States Senator, to Miss Sorry You're Blue. Thank you for contacting me to express your support for a fully funded federal budget that meets the needs of communities across our nation. I agree that Congress must enact bold legislation that provides investments in American families and communities, not the ultra-wealthy. I believe we should fight to protect accessible and affordable housing and healthcare options, as well as fund education. Our children are the future of this great nation, and I completely agree that we must take innovative steps to ensure children today are positioned to succeed. Senate Democrats know the prosperity of America relies on hard-working individuals and families across the country, and Congress needs to show Americans their support by passing a budget that meets the needs of the middle class and helps lift people out of poverty. I was proud to champion the American Rescue Plan, H.R. 1319. This bill became law on March 11th, 2021, and it provided $1,400 direct checks to low and middle income Americans, $400 a week in unemployment compensation through September of that year, $25 billion in rental assistance, $350 billion to state, local, and tribal governments, $15 billion to create new grant programs specifically for small business owners, and increases to the child tax credit and earned income tax credit through December of 2021. The Senate also passed the overwhelmingly bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, H.R. 3684, which will revitalize America's dilapidated infrastructure system and give our workers, businesses, and economy the tools to succeed in the 21st century. I will continue working with my colleagues to ensure that all Americans can benefit from a more prosperous, stable economy. Throughout my career, I've worked tirelessly to help hardworking Americans. Most recently, I championed the Inflation Reduction Act, which delivered on former President Biden and Senate Democrats' promise to build an economy that works for working families. The legislation is the most aggressive action on tackling the climate crisis in American history, reducing carbon emissions by roughly 40% by 2030, and lifting up American workers and creating good-paying union jobs across the country. The bill also allows Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices and extend the Expanded Affordable Care Act program for 3 years through 2025. The bill also makes a historic down payment on deficit reduction to fight inflation and ensure the ultra-wealthy and corporations pay their fair share. I am proud of this legislation, and it serves as a testament to Democrats' persistence and hard work to deliver on our promise to the American people. Again, thank you for contacting me. Please keep in touch with your thoughts and opinions. Sincerely, Charles E. Schumer, United States Senator. What a load of horse shit. Like, goddamn, how much of your own cock can you fit in your mouth? He didn't say shit with all of that. Nope. He didn't indeed. That was quite literally a tuxedo mask situation. My work here is done, but you didn't do anything. Ugh. Let me tell you, yeah, like that Axios reporting is incredible because that last line is really sticking with me. Like, many people before today didn't know who Chuck Schumer was, and now they do, and they hate him. Like that's exactly what happened. That's exactly the sequence of events. No, Stadman, I want to continue being angry about this. Let's jump back into this interview.
See things a little bit ahead down the road and see how horrible this would be and alert people to it.
So I want to sort of present two arguments on the other side. One of them is that it was quite, and I hear you on this. It'd
be really great if Chris Hayes was capable of saying, "Hey, wait a minute, that was a load of shit."
Not an easy call. I want to be clear. I mean, I don't think it is, but the AFG union, which is the largest union representing federal workers, they won a big victory today in federal court about those probationary employees who were fired. They came out against the CR, which really surprised me, right? These are the people that seem to have the most skin in the game on precisely the terms you're enunciating. And they said, the fact that this CR has no protections that will actually be followed means that we can't support it. If the people whose livelihoods are on the line.
Lovely Pariah, we did play a clip from that earlier in stream. I don't know if I can get away with showing both of the interviews in a stream, but if I can find it, I'll put that down as a maybe.
And say you cannot go along with this thing. Why are they wrong?
I understand why they're so upset with the CR, but I disagree with them because
we're not upset with the CR. We're upset with you, jackass. Like We're upset that you want to pass that CR. We're upset with you because you're the one enabling that shitty CR. Chuck is obviously lying. What is he hoping to achieve? He's hoping to get concessions so he can do political theater to pretend like he did something. That's it. That is fully it.
Because the shutdown would be worse for their.
That was it initially, and then they switched to just fully backing the GOP continuing resolution because he genuinely thinks that a shutdown would be politically worse and politically scarier for Democrats than the continuing resolution. It's just his incredibly shitty political calculus.
Employees. They could just eliminate huge portions of government workers automatically. They could eliminate programs automatically, which they can't do on the CR. The CR has certain spending, and they can screw around with it, and they will. These guys are sons of guns. They're going to do everything they can to.
H. Jorturth, the answer to your question of how do people not know who Chuck Schumer is very simple, and that's because most Americans don't vote and don't pay attention to politics. Even if they do vote, they mostly don't pay attention to politics. If you are here watching my stream, this is an example of maybe like the top 0.1% of like engaged people. You know, like you guys are not representative of like the American people at large. You know, unfortunately, I wish more people were engaged in politics. It would make the existence of Chuck Schumer impossible, frankly.
Hurt the government. You know what they've talked about. Elon Musk, this billionaire who cares nothing about taking people's Social Security away. This guy says that he wants to cut $2 trillion out of the federal government. A shutdown would allow him to do it. And here's another point, Chris. There's no exit ramp.
It's true, Snoogan. Too many of you are bottoms to be in the top 1%.
Anyone who wants the shutdown, I've asked them, well, how do we get out of it? Guess who it's up to get out of it? Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Doge.
So let him squirm. Unironically, it prevents them from cutting them. It like would you rather them be dissolved, or would you rather like? Which would you rather? It means the ball is fully in their court, Chuck. It means at the end of the day, they're the ones keeping it closed. You are making them bear the full political weight of it. That's good, actually. God damn it.
So it's a it's two bad alternatives. And I respect people who actually don't want it, vote for the CR. It's awful. But with the alternative being a government shutdown, that's even worse.
It's not.
So here's the other sort of way that I've heard people phrase this, right? Democrats don't control any part of the government. So there's not a ton of leverage. The one thing they have leverage is in the Senate where you need a filibuster-proof majority on a cloture vote. That there's essentially an unconstitutional assault on the government right now. And I think you would agree with that,
there
right?
Is.
An assault on the constitutional
These guys are the worst, and we got to fight them every step of the way.
I'm gonna like pop a vein in my brain. I'm gonna fucking lose it, man. We have to oppose them every step of the way because they're mean authoritarians. And by oppose them every step of the way, I mean fully fund them with a blank check. I fucking can't. Oh, I'm gonna go full Joker mode. I'm Joker in here. Oh boy. Oh man. Fuck, man. We have to fight them. And my way of fighting is to bend over and present my whole ass. That's my fighting style. Your dick in my ass style. It's very ancient art of combat. Oh God. Fuck.
As we say in Brooklyn, Chris,
they're
every
saying you're
effing
not
step of
fighting.
the way.
But look, Russ
We
Vought is
are
already
fighting.
telling people, but he's telling people on the floor, we are not even going to listen to the CR. This is a piece of paper that we will impound and rip up the moment it's passed. If that's the case, how is voting for cloture not essentially an imprimatur on the very same assault on the constitutional order?
They're all
That is Chris Hayes. Excellent question. Excellent question that gets right to the heart of it, man. How on earth can you, in good conscience, give them funding for a government that they are saying they are not going to use the funding as you are appropriating it? They are literally saying they are not going to listen to Congress. They're going to ignore the Constitution. What are you doing, Chuck?
already, even without this CR, they're already doing it.
Right.
Okay? They did it to the
Oh my God. Fuck. I'm sorry.
An imprimatur on the very same assault on the constitutional order.
They're already, even without this CR, they're already doing it.
Right.
Fucking end of discussion, Chuck. End of discussion. They're already doing it. So why are you doing the thing? Why are you making them more powerful? Why? Oh, God.
Okay? They did it to the Department of Education. But I can tell you, I've been through shutdowns before.
We've all been through them, Chuck.
Not that this CR is good. It's not that voting for it is good. It's horrible. But the alternative is worse. And we have to look just a month ahead and see how bad a shutdown would be for all the things we believe in.
But Chuck, we're talking about preserving the Constitution itself. We're talking about literally preserving our democracy, Chuck. The thing you swore an oath to, the Constitution, demands that you shut it down. You shut down the government if that's what it takes in order to uphold your oath, Chuck. God, our system is worth that.
And how I'd say Trump and Doge and Musk and Vogt, they're like drooling with happiness and desire to get a government shutdown. They've said.
So therefore, we need to give them exactly what they want most, a blank check of hundreds of billions of dollars. I'm not gonna lie, I totally understand. I totally understand the folks who took all of this news in and looked at the state of play of everything that's happening right now and went, fuck this, and just checked out. Like, I don't blame anyone who's just like, I can't handle this. I'm gonna go smoke a joint. You know, like I don't blame anyone for doing that. Cause like this sucks. It sucks to be this angry. It sucks to like know that you are like a relatively small number of engaged people and that we are the people who need to actually do something about this. And yet we got to keep going. You know? we're going to keep going. In approximately 2.5 hours, we're going to start calling those newly opening offices in D.C. And we're going to put as much pressure as all of us possibly can on people in the Senate. And we're going to do that while operating under the faith that there are going to be thousands, tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who are each doing their part too. That's one of the most frustrating parts about organizing on the ground. It's that you have to have faith that other people are just as pissed off as you and are just as pissed off in such a way that they're going to look around and do whatever they can do in their corner of the world with what they have available to make things better and increase that pressure. Are you going to be streaming all night? I'm going to be streaming until those offices open, and then I'm going to make calls on stream alongside all of you, okay? Jack, does he think we're that stupid? Yes, he does. We're going to make so many calls, we're going to melt down the copper in their phone lines. Yep, 2.5 hours until office hours. Offices open up at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. And for me, that is, well, that's 2.5 hours from now. Okay? My Senator Dick Durbin isn't answering calls, so I sent them a fax. Gonna try calling again when the office is open. I am Damo Suzuki. I like the way you think. Folks, if you aren't getting their voicemails, start faxing them. Start faxing them. Get your message through however you can. Make your calls. If you're local to DC, go in and visit the office. You know? Or if you happen to be capable of getting to DC, go and visit their office. How do I fax them? Zoomy Deer, we have resources in the Discord under the resources section of our Discord on how to fax. And if you need a link to the Discord, just !Discord in any of the chats, or just riverboat.gg/Discord in your URL. Okay. Should I thank Asif for saying he's a no on cloture? Yes. That can provide a different kind of pressure that is effective. Get all up in their business. Yep. I want these senators, when they walk into their office in the morning, I want it to be like a scene from Harry fucking Potter, okay? Letters coming in through the windows, phones ringing off the hook, all right? They open that door, a tidal wave of faxes fall on them, all right? That's what we want to see, all right? And you can also email them. They open up their phone, they open up their computer to look at their emails. Just solid emails encouraging them to vote no on cloture. Okay? I blackholed my memory of Harry Potter since JKR. Me too, but like the memory of like the letters just like in the movies, like the letters just like flooding through like the chimney always stuck with me. Yeah, Mr. Smith goes to Washington, their asses. I love it. Okay? I want Chuck Schumer, all right? Do we have this?
Get up there with that lady that's up on top of this Capitol dome. That lady. I guess this country is bigger than the.
God, I love Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, but we need the I need a very specific scene from that movie. This one?
Jeff, didn't you say on the newspaper?
No, not this one.
Mr. President, I wish to ask my
No, not that one. God. There's a scene with all of the letters.
Mr. President, I wish.
This one? Yeah.
Even if this room gets filled with lies like these, and the tailors and all their armies come marching into this place, somebody will listen to me.
Just letters. Letters everywhere, baby. The largest union of federal workers said shut it down. Good. We got a link to that. I'd love to read their full statement. I know we're all doing important stuff right now, but I also want everyone to know my collab with Goblin City and Logical Pretzels is up, and it's some really good Resistance music. Let's take a listen. We could use a pep in our step. Also, really great collab. Like, just I like Goblin City Band. I like Sweet Myths. The combo is great. Let's take a watch.
It's gender operations on illegal aliens to make degenerates out of you. Because they'll take all your guns like your ex-wife took your son. At least you've still got your Twitter blue. They're bringing rapists and thieves and putting gays on TV, cause they've got methods of canceling. They're gonna ban you from threads, your new wife left you again. Another brainwashed like me, divorcee. They said all liberals scared the living shit out of me. They could care less about the queers and the queens. So don't a rainbow or strike a prince of apple. Maybe they'll leave you alone, but not me. The poison gas leak paint chips drop out and homeschool your kids. They're never gonna become Marxists. You only watch right-wing news, have anti-Semitic views. Maybe your mom should have had abortions. They said all liberals scare the living shit out of me. They could care less about the queers and the queens. So don't a rainbow or strike a prince of apple. Maybe they'll leave you alone, but not me. They said all liberals scare the living shit out of me. They could care less about the queers and the queens. So don a rainbow or strike a prince about woke. Maybe they'll leave you alone, but not me. All together now. Liberals scare the living shit out of me. They could care less about the queers and the queens. So don a rainbow or strike a prince about woke. Maybe they'll leave you alone, but not me.
Yo, let's eat. Damn, that was so good. Who's this band? This is a collaboration between Goblin City Band, the vocalist, and Sweet Myths. Both excellent musical outfits you should check out. Can we also listen to the song my friends and I work with on Star Oath? If I have the rights to play it on my stream. Yes, the original song is by My Chemical Romance. Always worth saying, Sweet Myths. Pew. Ba-da-da-da-do. Let's see.
In the blackest of nights, we rise above the haze, signaling revolution. We are no longer your slaves. Binary confinement, we defy the norms you praise. We won't be invisible. We'll blaze in vibrant arrays. We transcend the flesh, reclaim our identities, defy society's mesh. Binary to spectrum, our colors won't be repressed. With every stride we take, we'll shatter your transgress. Luminous rebellion, unite and ignite. Our pride shining in the darkest of nights. We're the renegades breaking societal chains.
This is a fun power ballad.
Outcasts, no more the world will know our names. In the darkness we fight. We stand above the maze. Radiant revolution. We will no longer play your game.
Do it, sweet man.
Binary confinement. We defy the norms you praise. We are undefeatable. We'll destroy the walls you raise. Luminous rebellion, unite and ignite. Our pride shining in the darkest of nights. We're the renegades breaking societal chains. Outcasts, no more the world will know our name.
Lady Ringcloud, who is this?
Even if we fall, evermore we'll rise. You can build your walls, we'll still fight inside. Even if we fall, evermore we'll rise. You can build your walls, we'll still fight inside. Luminous rebellion, unite and ignite. Our pride shining in the darkest of nights. We're the renegades breaking societal chains. Outcasts, no more the world will know our names. Luminous rebellion, unite and ignite. Our pride shining in the darkest of nights. We're the renegades breaking societal chains. Outcasts, no more the world will know our names.
That was awesome. Yeah, that was the song Magic in Motion by the sound lead on Project Star Oath, which is a upcoming sci-fi turn-based role-playing game. I think got crowdfunded a few months ago. That was really good. That was real fucking good. You're doing a Kickstarter soon? Makes sense. That was really cool. Fun stuff. Guys, we're not listening to music for like the next 2 hours. We're doing stuff, okay? We got too much to talk about. But thanks for sharing your musics with me, guys. I always appreciate it. So folks, go check out Project Star Oath, and also check out, of course, Sweet Myths and Goblin City Band. Go do it. Do it now. Also, just want to say, like, Goblin City Band, like, ate in that performance. It, like, that music video, like, just, like, chewed the scenery in a way that was phenomenal. Also, I love that you guys are sending faxes to senators. I love it. I love it, guys. Again, if you want to try and fax your senator, we have resources on the Discord under the resources tab. Go check that out. ! Discord. I like the part where she's saying into the mic. So all of it? Yeah, right? Also, not gonna lie, Diego, you ate too. Like, full support. All right. But we're not actually done. You know, despite that brief interlude, we're not actually done with this Chuck Schumer interview. We left Chris Hayes looking very concerned. Look at that face. You just want to feed cookies to it, you know? And tell him everything's going to be all right.
Said they want it. Why? Not for doing anything good, I'll tell you that. These guys are authoritarians.
Let me just...
Chuck Schumer thinks he's really nailing this, guys.
Stay with this for 1 second. I think the theory of the case for people that don't want Democrats to vote for cloture is that Americans don't quite understand what's being done to their government. It's being done in this sort of haphazard fashion. The stories are sort of getting out. You know, there's this Forest Service worker who got laid off for no reason, and there's this veteran who's got a traumatic brain injury, who's got a clinical trial. But the shutdown would be a way of actually calling the question. And here's what I would just offer. It seems to me that the demand that makes the most sense here, and I'm not a U.S. senator, is for the Republicans to vote on a rescission package that enunciates the cuts DOJ has done, as opposed to allowing an unelected co-president unilaterally eviscerate the American constitutional power of the purse.
Well, the bottom line is the Republican Senate is in total obeisance to Trump. They're not going to oppose him in any way.
So obviously, the only thing we can do is also not oppose him in any way. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
But if they allow Trump to make the kind of drastic cuts that I greatly fear in a government shutdown, they'll be culpable as well. And make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. Why? Ask yourself again the question. Why?
You would also be culpable.
Why does Musk and Trump and Vogt want this? Vogt already has plans on how to slash the government, far worse than slashed in the CR.
He's relying on getting the CR. He's already going to slash it. What are you doing?
Much worse. Every program, every part of government would be at their disposal, their wicked disposal. So that's the problem here. It's not that the CR is good, it's horrible. Well, and all things being equal, we should have opposed it. But the alternative being a shutdown makes things worse. And I believe this, much worse. And I believe this, I wouldn't have done this. I knew I'd get criticized, but I felt obligated.
This man, by the way, is just like doing like self-immolation of his political career right now. And I genuinely think this is just a dramatically poorly thought out political maneuver. I think he got caught with his pants down in multiple ways and now like is trying to scramble. And it's going to fail. People hate this man now.
For the country, for my Democratic caucus, to the people, to explain how bad a shutdown would be. And if we went into a shutdown and everything bad happened, I had to give people this warning.
Can I'm going to just keep you for two more questions, if that's okay. One is a sort of question about strategy and dealing what I think you and I and many people watching this agree is essentially an assault on the constitutional order, and that it's this.
Absolutely.
The only thing they understand is meeting conflict with conflict. So if you look at Doug Ford in Ontario, who banged the table and said, "You're going to tariff us, I'm going to tariff you, we're going to put a surcharge on electricity," that the only thing that gets their attention, the only thing that gets them to back down is meeting conflict with conflict. If you meet conflict with essentially managed retreat or strategic non-engagement, then they roll
Chris,
all over you.
We are going to conflict with them on everything. On the
Except for this. What else is there to conflict with them on? This is the one place where you can conflict with them and actually get concessions. Everywhere else, it's just meaningless noise that just is designed to slow things down. That's it. That's it. In almost every other vote that is coming up, all they need is a simple majority. Oh God. Hey, looming creature.
tax cuts for the billionaires. They've become a plutocracy, an oligarchy. On Medicaid, we have plans to conflict them with all of that. If the shutdown occurred, we wouldn't be able to do that because they would.
You can conflict them all they want, but they're gonna do the things. You have no power to stop them after this. Yeah, you're gonna get so much good PR for finger wagging them. Exactly. God damn it.
Fill up both the Senate and the discussion on whether we should cut this and not cut that.
Honestly, Ocean Dad in YouTube chat, yeah, I'd almost prefer him to just admit he's giving in to do this without like all of like the 1-2 dance number he's putting on for us here. Because like on a certain level, if he just came out and said something like, you know, one of my donors gave me $2 million to concede on this, that would make more sense to me. You know? And I think it would honestly make people less mad than what he's currently doing.
Things that they want to cut. So to have the conflict on the best ground we have, summed up in a sentence, that they're making the middle class pay for tax cuts for billions.
This is the best ground you have. This is the only point of leverage you are going to have, Chuck. This is the best ground.
Billionaires, it's much, much better not to be in the middle of a shutdown, which to divert people from the number one issue we have against these bastards, these people, which...
Oh, yeah, you look so tough using the word bastards. Yeah. You could even call them fuckers. It wouldn't change anything. You're fucking all of us, man.
Which is not only all these cuts, but they're ruining democracy. And one other thing on a shutdown. On a shutdown, the courts could close, or at least...
No, they wouldn't, actually, because that's not how a government shutdown works, Chuck.
Be totally disabled.
No, they wouldn't, because that's not how a government shutdown works, Chuck.
And the courts are one of the best ways we've had to go after these guys.
Yeah, and they would remain open with all of their essential staff continuing to operate, meaning that we would effectively slow down the gutting of the government while the courts would be able to continue blocking their attempts to do that.
Final question about just an...
I wish Chris Hayes would have pushed back on that, because like it is one of the most obvious points to be like, that's not how a government shutdown works, actually.
An issue of intercameral strategy. I mean, The Democrats voted en masse against this in the House. They lost only one vote, Jared Golden in Maine. I've seen a lot of House members, and across an ideological range, interestingly enough, urging the Senate to filibuster this, saying, look, this is existential about whether we control the power of the purse or not. We cannot essentially sign off on this Doge unilateral arrogation of this power.
Yeah, look,
Do they have it wrong?
I supported what the House did to vote against this bill universally, but that didn't cause a shutdown. It's different in the Senate. And I knew people were going to disagree with me, but I felt so strongly.
You literally 24 hours ago, you said you were going to deny cloture. Literally 24 hours ago, like less than 24 hours prior to this interview, he said he was going to deny cloture. They had the votes to deny it. You can't have it both ways, Chuck.
That the shutdown would be the greatest disaster we face with these arrogant autocrats, that we had to avoid the shutdown and fight on many of the other things.
We're gonna fight on many of the other things, and by fight we mean do nothing, because there's nothing that you can do in those fights. You know, like my God, you can slow them all down, but you're gonna lose all of them, Chuck. This is one you can actually goddamn win.
Every other issue that we have.
All right, Senator Chuck Schumer, who's the leader.
He sounds so uninterested. That's because he's currently dissociating. He's astrally projecting out of his body right now.
Leader of the Democrats in the Senate announcing he will be a yes for cloture tomorrow. I imagine you will have the 6 or so other votes you need to get that over the hump.
Hope not. We're going to try and do something about that. Tell you what. Thatcher had bigger stones. Yeah. God damn it, dude. It should have been Bernie. It should have been Bernie. God. Okay, you know what? As just a tiny palate cleanser to see someone who's actually sane in the Senate, let's take a look at the Bernie Sanders interview.
Raise your hand. What is it like living paycheck to paycheck?
Also, real quick, just want to say thank you to everyone who has supported stream today. Thank you to Carmen Benoit for the $2 Canadian. Thank you to Prop Games 625 for the $10 super chat. Who wrote Fetterman, that's chaos, and I will never vote for chaos. At Doge demolition and sweeping destruction isn't chaos. What's going on, Fetty boy? You serious? Yeah, John Fetterman's just cooked. You know, like he's cooked as fuck. Spencer Vaught, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thanks for the knowledge and awareness you spread. Your realist attitude is one of the main things that keeps me straight. That's wonderful, but don't let anyone tell you you can't be gay if you put your mind to it, okay? Sporkbutt, thank you for the $5 super chat. The only shadow I approve of is of the hedgehog variety. It's true. He can use a gun. And Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I very, very, very much appreciate the support of the show, because I could not make this all work without your support, folks. So please consider continuing to drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because that's what makes this show possible. And over on riverboat.gg, Matt Tiahu, thank you for gifting Nick Leftist a tier 1 sub. Mini-Me, thank you for the $5 dono. And Thistles Fries, thank you for the incredibly generous $50 dono. I really, really appreciate it, especially on hard nights like tonight, where we're just going into the wee hours of the morning, because we got to do what we got to do to try to make things better in this country. His words are so empty. It's true, Looming Creature. It's true. Be the gayest version of yourself. A few weeks ago, I pissed off everyone in a Facebook group because I commented something like the bold Dem strategy of rolling belly up and whimpering. Kind of excited to go back and say, I told ya. Yeah. No kidding. All right. Let's get some sane ideas from Bernie Sanders, huh?
Who wants to? Hold on, one at a time. I can't. Yes. Well, terrible. All right. Yes. Hungry? Hunger. All right, let me get some hands back there. Be loud. We got a hand there. Okay, ma'am. Stressful. Stay on that issue, sir. You're not sure if you're going to be able to keep the heat on. Yes, ma'am. Trying to find a way to plan a meal for your until your next paycheck comes, ma'am. Forget about buying shoes and clothes for your kids.
Now, Senator Bernie Sanders, independent Vermont, in Altoona, Wisconsin.
Dude's drawing huge crowds because people know that this guy will listen to them.
Joins me now. Senator, first, I just want to ask you about the continuing resolution. You just heard Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer saying he's going to essentially vote for cloture tomorrow, make sure that this bill can get an up or down vote and thereby pass, because Republicans will pass it, keep the government open. What is your position on this?
I'm strongly going to vote no. I think the American people are sick and tired of Elon Musk, the richest guy in the world, running around slashing Social Security, veterans programs that Republicans are moving for massive tax breaks for the rich and cutting Medicaid and nutrition, moving us to oligarchy and authoritarianism. You got to draw a line. And I think the American people are prepared to stand with those of us who say that, you know what, we're a government of the people, by the people, for the people, not the oligarchy. And we're not going to give tax breaks to billionaires and take food away from hungry kids. You got to stand up. You got to fight back. You got to go into the streets. You got to rally the American people. I think you can win millions of people, Republicans, Democrats, independents, who really do not like the direction in which this country is now going.
I want to just offer the argument the Senate Minority Leader made, which is that the consequences of a shutdown, as bad as things are now, would be even worse because it would essentially hand even more authority to Musk, vote Trump to slash away.
That assumes that there is no resistance. That assumes that millions of people are not standing up and saying, you know what? We're a democracy, not an authoritarian society. Don't undo the Constitution of the United States. You're not going to throw 83,000 workers off the Veterans Administration. You're not going to cut the Social Security staff so that elderly people will die while they're waiting to get the benefits that they paid into.
You know, like, that's part of what we're doing, folks. That's part of what we're doing here. Part of you guys calling in with me in the next couple of hours. That's us standing up and doing something about it. That's us standing up with one voice and making our will known. We are walking that walk. Get others in your life, your friends, your family, to do the same, if you can. You aren't going to be able to get everyone, but get who you can. And hopefully, that will be enough. But if not, we will continue fighting. We will continue organizing because this battle will not be over. Ryan, thank you for the $10 dono. And my guess is that you're likely correct. You write, Schumer likely conferred with political consultants who likely crunched the numbers and foresaw a shutdown through filibuster, hurting them with independence. That could be true. But also, man, everything I've seen indicates that if that's what he got from the consultants, he's woefully wrong. You know?
We're not going to take food away from hungry kids. If you do nothing, you sit back and you say it is going to be terrible. And that's right. A shutdown will be terrible. But our job is to put the onus on the Republican president, the Republican House, the Republican Senate, the people who control the government. They are responsible. They've acted in an undemocratic, unprecedented, unilateral way. They've given us an offer, take it or leave it. That ain't the way democracy works.
I'm curious what your experience has been like in these events you've been doing. I saw you did one in Nebraska in Representative Don Bacon's district around Omaha. You did a few. I did think one in Kenosha, one in Altoona. What these events have been like?
They've been extraordinary, Chris. You know, I ran for president. We had very large turnouts. But
I will also say that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I think, is completely correct on this. When she writes, I think some in the Senate have convinced themselves that the backlash to folding will be limited to the left and therefore ignorable. Those people are deeply and profoundly misreading the moment and the stakes. Virtually every swing district House Dem walked the plank to vote no for a reason. Yep. These milquetoast neo-lib Dems in the Senate who think that this is the best option are in for a rude awakening when their entire political life goes up in flames.
But in a non-campaign moment, to go to Michigan and find 9,000 or 10,000 people, working class people, coming out was, far exceeded our expectations. And I think what that tells me is, and that was primarily a working class group of people. That tells me people are sick and tired of Trumpism.
How many votes can we afford to lose? 7. It is an incredibly tiny number.
Nobody thinks that it's okay for the richest guy in the world to do what he is doing. People are afraid of the future of Social Security. Musk has called Social Security a Ponzi scheme. Trump has lied about all of the people 200 years of age who are getting Social Security benefits. They're trying to undermine faith in Social Security, which is the most popular and important program the government runs. People understand that. And what they want is us to fight back and defeat this trend toward oligarchy, authoritarianism, and inequality.
I want to ask about a piece of Senate business today. A committee you sit on, if I have this correct, I think it was HELP, was going to have a confirmation hearing for the nominee to run the CDC.
I mean, guys, some of this is honestly unbelievable. Fucking Neera Tanden over here. Jen Rubin. Sean Casten. It's insane. Every Dem that votes for cloture needs to be treated as persona non grata by the party.
Under Donald Trump, a former Republican congressman, he was withdrawn just before the hearing happened. I'm not quite sure. He seems like he has kind of the same basically anti-vax disposition as Bobby Kennedy.
Wait. Explain it to me like I'm 5. If we can lose 7 votes, does Chuck have any special power, or why are we focusing on him? Chuck Schumer is the Senate minority leader, meaning that he is in charge of the Democrats. So at least in principle, what he says are the marching orders for the Democrats in the Senate. So if he says we're voting for this, that carries a lot of weight, and that's a really big deal. And that's why him saying we're going to vote for the Republican continuing resolution is a huge blow, because then it means it's not just one lone actor like a John Fetterman voting in favor of it. It means a number of people who may be on the fence, go along with it, because they view that as the middle of the herd position. That being said, that's why the pressure options available to us, the faxing, the emailing, the calling, carries a lot of weight here, because we're essentially asking folks in the Senate to go against the marching orders of the person who's supposed to be their leader. So we need to put more pressure on them, so they're more afraid of us, their constituents, than they are of Chuck Schumer, the person who's supposed to be in charge. And also, one vote of 7 is, a significant percentage of the number of votes, Is this like a vote of no confidence in Schumer? Well, I mean, basically, if Democrats hold the line and don't pass the GOP resolution, then like they've already made up their mind that he's not their leader, right? But frankly, the amount of rage we're already seeing, like, is effectively already a vote of no confidence. He's already walked too far down this path. So I think eventually there's going to be a formalized, like, we need a new House, we need a new Senate minority leader, but who knows when that could be. I don't. I'm paying attention to everything for the next like 12 hours. Exactly, Forlorn. Threat of shutdown is the only leverage we have to force Republicans to add something to the bill. If we give them this budget bill with zero changes, we have given up. That is it. Exactly. Nailed it.
At HHS, do you have a clearer read on what's going on there?
I think what he indicated is that he, I guess, thought that he might not have the votes, or the administration thought he might not have the votes on the committees. One or two Republicans would have voted against him.
Do you think that the fact that we have now upwards of 280 measles cases, we've got a child who's died of measles, we've got an adult who's died of measles, and we've got the Secretary of Health and Human Services out there talking up beef tallow fries and talking down the vaccine, might be getting into the heads a little bit of the Republican members on that committee?
I think look, the truth is, I know that there are Republican members of that committee who are very concerned about Kennedy's views on vaccines.
Yeah.
But what you have to appreciate, Chris, is in a corrupt campaign finance system, Elon Musk and other billionaires are prepared to spend an endless amount of money against anyone who stands up to them.
All right, Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you for making some time on a very busy day. Really appreciate it.
Man. Fuck. Yeah, it is the kind of scenario where we have a shot, but it may be a long shot. It may be a shorter shot than we expect. We have no idea. We have no way of knowing. Is Rand Paul still a no vote? Last I heard, he was planning on voting no. DIY driver. Last I heard, Rand Paul was a no vote, but I don't trust any of the people who have come out and said how they're going to vote. I don't trust them. I think putting pressure on every single person we can is probably the best route, you know? Just added another fax to Schumer's pile in his office. Let's fucking go, Mr. Malachite. That's what I like to see. Rack up them faxes. I want those fax machines running out of paper. Let's go. Good night, Archangel. You get some good sleep. Oof. As a side note, as someone from the UK and as such has very little impact on US politics, I just wanted to thank all of you for trying to bring some accountability to those who are quite literally destabilizing the world. I may not be a US citizen, but I'm a beneficiary of your hard works. And you know what? We're trying our best. We're trying to do the thing. I want those fax machines going, and I want those pictures of Spider-Man. Exactly, Marco Dissin. You get it. You get the energy. You know what? I take it back. I do trust Bernie Sanders to vote no. Faxes are just funny now. They are, but also like, unlike their voicemails, for whatever reason, their fax machines seem to be harder to turn off. I doubt Gen Z has ever even seen a fax machine. I doubt it. But you know what? All these motherfuckers in Congress, 99% of them have a fax machine. Zudo85, in the resources section of the Discord, you can find instructions on how to send faxes. Go for it. I, the chat Zoomer, have not. There we go. Much love to you, Jazz Dog. The Z in Jazz Dog stands for Zoomer, by the way. I saw one in Toy Story 2. Nice. I want those pictures of Schumer, a menace to society. Also, worth pointing out here, this is Ann Caprara. She's the chief of staff for Governor J.B. Pritzker in Illinois. And her last comment before logging off for the night, the fight going on in the Democratic Party right now is not between hard left, and moderate. It's between those who want to fight and those who want to cave. And team fight stretches across all ideological aspects of the party. Misread this at your own peril. Like, these are people with, like, at the very least, functional political instincts. And they're like, this is, you know, this is the third rail. You touch it, you die, you know, kind of thing. And Chuck Schumer's touched it. He's politically dead in the water. Also, Lovely Pariah, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube and for becoming a member yourself. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. If there are any Alaskans in here, contact Murkowski and Sullivan. They can be swayed. That is possible. It is possible that we could peel off some Republicans. And if we can, it's worth trying. Okay? Hey, Lord Lycanthrope. It's all right. It's all right. Now, I need to go use the bathroom because I've been going for almost 4 hours here. But don't you guys go anywhere. I will be back in several minutes. Need to stretch. Need to maybe drink some caffeine. And when I get back, we'll be talking and trying to parse this out as much as we can. Because they, believe it or not, there's still things to talk about. We have not exhausted this situation. Unfortunately. With that, BRB.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
What's so frustrating is that politicians spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
They're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
No more water, no more water, no more water,
Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me.
The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes.
And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water, no more water,
no more water.
Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrongs. No more water, no more water,
No more water.
fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water,
No more water. No more water.
Fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared,
And all of creation I leave in your care.
But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water but fire next time. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Thank you.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand.
Would you have sharing the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and the wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Oh, come, O ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land.
Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earned with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. There is power in those band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. One industrial union land.
One industrial union band.
Hello, folks. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, we are in the thick of it. How we doing? How we feeling? Hello, walking neon carpet. I will say, not usually a huge fan of Will Stancil, but I think this is a correct take. I don't know if it's emotional exhaustion or what, but it feels like we might be reaching some kind of turning point in civil society resistance. The economic insanity, the attacks on universities, the outraged Dem base, the bizarre Canada stuff. Lots of groups reaching a breaking point all at once, and I think that's a relatively like on point take from a person I usually am not prone to agreement with. And something to really note here is that yeah, I think people are getting real close to about as much as they can take before they go fuck this. You know? Like I've seen you guys. I've seen you people in chat today. Basically saying fuck this. And yeah. Fuck this. Even my MAGA granddad told me he's upset with the way stuff is going right now. Yeah. Like it's hitting all of us. And it's only going to get worse, you know? Like people are only going to get more full of fuck this energy as we go forward. Which is good. You know, oddly enough, it is a silver lining to everything that's happening here. I'm in Michigan, and a lot of our downriver communities fly Canadian flags next to the U.S. flag. Michigan/Canada are tight. Same here in Minnesota. Every single person I know is experiencing some level of burnout from this. Absolutely. Like I would much rather be curled up in bed with like my partner and like I don't know, having copious amounts of wonderful gay sex, but instead I'm doing this, you know? It's important. People are pissed off. And I'm very pissed off. You know? And yet Xenomonic 100%. It's beginning to look a lot like fuck this. Everywhere you go. Yep. Is this the road to socialism, or is this the way to the wizard in the Emerald City? Well, you know, it's funny that you mention the Wizard of Oz there, because a lot of what's going on is actually almost directly criticized by the Wizard of Oz, which was allegorical for as a critique of President McKinley, you know, which Donald Trump has based his presidency on. Like he's on the record talking about that, you know. The yellow brick road was full of potholes. Nobody's fixing them. Yep. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. The man behind the curtain, by the way, in The Wizard of Oz was basically the Elon Musk of his day. Unironically. Yellow brick road is covered in piss. Yep. Also, like, things got so bad today, Sam Cedar even got on Blue Sky to write, "This is insane. Every consultant or advisor who's planted this idea in his head should be fired. Then Schumer should resign." Yeah, I mean, best case scenario is that Schumer, like, reads the writing on the wall and leaves, you know? Schumer tells me Republicans might try to jam Democrats again in September, but thinks Trump will be less popular then. and Republican appropriators might be more willing to stand up to him. He said they refuse to do so now. So, like, Chuck Schumer's actual thought process here, folks, is that, well, you see, if you give them the continuing resolution now and, like, it goes for 7 more months, then in September, the fever will break and Republicans will oppose him. That's literally his calculus. He's like, yeah, you know, we won't have to do anything because by September, Republicans will turn on him. Which is insane, because they haven't turned on him. I don't know, like, I think, I do think there's a point at which the Republican base will turn on him. I don't know if there is a point, you know, where Republican political figures are going to turn on him, you know? Like, I think that the base has to turn first before the political figures turn on him. And that's not even taking into account, like, all of the damage between now and then, for sure. But, like, this has the possibility of just destroying everything recognizable about the US government, you know? Everything that has been useful and saved lives for the last, 150 years. Yeah, even Mark Hamill is, like, going ham about this, you know? What the fuck, Chuck? Also, like, posting alongside the Krasensteins about wanting to fight. Like, you lost Mark fucking Hamill, man. He's the libbiest lib who ever lived. Damn, Satanic Panic at the Disco. The Tesla dealership in my town has been shot at twice in just a week. Schumer can't seem to figure out how unpopular all this is right now. Right? They are not, like the Democratic base is not going to have any confusion about what is going on here if the government shuts down. That we know who's screwing it all up. Hell, even Republicans know who's screwing it all up. The Democrats' strategy right now, the German liberals laid low and wanted to ride backlash against Hitler to power. Well, did it work for those people? No, it never does. I mean, these people somehow delude themselves into thinking it might, but it might work for us. Yep, that is quite accurate and sad. You know, sometimes I really hate being a student of history because God damn it, do I feel like I see things coming from a long ways away. It's like, studying history puts you in the position of, like, the guy who gets run over by like a road flattener in Austin Powers. It's just like a reverse shot of screaming as you see an oncoming disaster that no one stops. Yeah, the gift of prophecy. Exactly. Just call me Cassandra. Steamroller, thank you. I couldn't remember if that was correct or not. My dad believes Chuck Schumer knows what he's talking about. He doesn't, but that's okay. You're not going to be able to convince everyone. God. Hey, McWiggin. When they end me during the invasion of Saskatchewan, just know I loved you. No worries, McWiggin. We won't let that happen. Don't you worry. We're going to do our best. Did you intentionally pronounce Cassandra like that one dropout skit about a femme fatale who's definitely killed her husband? Yes, I did actually. I appreciate that you guys get my little jokes. My little jokes. My little deep cuts. This is why Chuck Schumer saying these things is dangerous. People latch on to what they know, and what they know is shutdown's bad. Yeah, it's true. The next Dem to run for office must pledge to undo every single thing Trump and Elon did. The issue is that it is much harder to create than it is to destroy. And so, like, even were a Democrat to try and make that commitment, like, it's a much steeper task and requires a lot more effort. We'd need like a Democrat supermajority, you know? Which honestly by the end of this we might actually get. We'll see, you know? If, you know, they're God willing there are elections. God. How can I convince my parents that a shutdown is good in terms they'll understand? At this point, like, I don't know, if you have to waste time arguing like that with someone, then like your time is better spent convincing someone else to vote or to call in, you know? Little typo. Thank you very much. We are going to do our best. My senator has a full fucking mailbox. We actually have resources in our Discord under the resource section. If you want to continue trying to get in contact with your elected representative, you can actually fax many of them. So even if their voicemail box is full, you can fax your senators. Often you can do that. Not going to say all the time, but often. How about telegrams? Why not? And you can fax them for free. It's true. Yeah, according to Talking Points memo, by the way, the Democrats' primary concern was that Trump and Musk would largely leave the government shut down, which, like, good. If you leave it shut down, people know who to blame, and also, you aren't destroying it, right? Like, if you leave it shut down, that just means somebody can come along later and reactivate it. Like, that's actually a better scenario. You get how that's better, right? Ugh. God. I really wish there was a better resource. One of the things I've been looking for is a good write-up about who is voting what. I was hoping that maybe throughout the night there would be updates to like the list of known no's and known yeses currently at play, but like I think things are just so goddamn chaotic right now that no one has any idea how anyone else is voting, really. Like we're in some uncharted territories. Mitsu, you probably could. I honestly, it's not a bad idea if you have the money to send a barbershop quartet to like sing a complaint at an elected official. Why not? You know? How is this mass call-in gonna work? We're all gonna. It's just calling in at the same time. It's exactly what's on the box. In Wisconsin, we have a FRJ, fuck Ron Johnson, who's notorious for ignoring calls and not cleaning out his voicemail. Gonna try and spread around facts Ron Johnson as well now that I know about this. Hell yeah, let's go. Get good sleep, Gem. I just woke up and got here. Is the call-in like now or a later time today? It is at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time, so in about an hour and 10 minutes. In the meantime, we're getting folks to fax their senators and email their senators and do what they can. But office is open at 7:30 Eastern time. Let Republicans own the shutdown. It's the most obvious thing in the world, right? Like if the government shuts down, it's the party that controls the House, the Senate, and the presidency, you know? Well, Tyrion, the Himalayan salt dragon, something to keep in mind is that while the office is open at 7:30, the vote on the they open at 7:30 Eastern time, and the Senate goes into session at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So you have about a 2.5 hour window where you can make your call. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but Gold 79, that's awesome. You need to call your senators today and tell them under no circumstance should you vote for the Republican continuing budget resolution. Vote no on cloture. Yep, the vote goes down after 1:30 p.m. But senators are probably going to be on the floor between 10 and 1:30. So get your call in before 10 at the very least. Yeah, at this moment, we know Fetterman and Schumer are yeses. We know Ron Johnson has said he's going to vote no. So that would mean Democrats need, I believe, 5 people to flip. If that is the case. So Senator Kristen Gillibrand is likely yes as well. Other than that, I don't know who else is going, but like it's going to be tough. We need to call as many of our senators as we can and increase the pressure as much as we can. Whew. We got an hour left to go. Well, hour and 9 minutes left to go. Wait, no, sorry, did I say Ron Johnson? I meant Rand Paul. Or Ron Paul. I get them very confused. Whichever the younger Paul is that's currently in politics. Yeah, there are people who are rumored to be voting no, but there's no like confirmations. Ron is the older one. I always get them mixed up. Oh, sweet blasphemy! Thank you for the $5 dono. Lost my mom, dad, and sibling to COVID and other issues over the years. Hanging out here reminds me of how the holidays used to feel. Thank you, Jack and chat, for a wonderful community. And I'm really glad we can help you feel a bit more at home. Thanks for the $5 dono. I really, really appreciate that. They're the same person, really? I mean, they both have basically the same name. Gillibrand has voicemail on usually. You could pre-call her. That's awesome. Consider also faxing, emailing. Sent one of my senators a fax. Let's go, Punky Gal. Hey, Maiden Rain. What's the time limit for leaving messages on their voicemail? Genuinely, it varies from office to office. I know some offices have like an incredibly short time limit, and others just let you go. You know, it really depends. You know, it's interesting. I'm starting to see more scuttlebutt that Chuck Schumer here really kicked a hornet's nest and is now making it far, far, far more likely that AOC is going to primary him in 2028. She's gonna make her play. Yeah. Literally though, like this is what Chuck Schumer's doing. Man, Democratic leadership is so dog shit. So consistently dog shit. Can we fax Chuck Schumer a screenshot of that tweet? Only if you caption it something that's like, "What have you done, Chuck?" or something like that. Like you've destroyed my trust in you. Sad we have to wait 4 years for that, right? Did you even see Jeffries was chewing out Schumer? Yeah, when you're to the right of Hakeem Jeffries, you fucked up royally, you know? Oh yeah, Zudo, we have some secret emotes on the Riverboat site. God. God damn it. I wish Schumer a merry stub toe. That's very kind of you. Currently, whenever I see a secret emote, I'm adding it to my text file database. Let's go, Harold. May his pillows never be cool. May his pillows be hot and soggy. Third way Democrats, not sure if the oligarchs are still their friends or not. They still play tennis together on Friday nights. Yeah, right. Is he to the right of Gavin Newsom? Genuinely, who fucking knows? I don't know where Gavin Newsom is politically anymore. All I know is he hangs out with Nazis now, and I'm not cool with that. Fuck Schumer. Let's focus on getting those other votes. Exactly, Stadman. You get it. Also, Stadman, now would be a great time for that link to whatever you wanted to show me earlier. What is this? Oh, did something good happen for a change?
So, all right, Larry, the floor is yours. You got 2 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to apologize to you people. I was invited here to give my support for Bill 401. I have very little knowledge of gay people and things like that there. So when I came here, my eyes were open. I was one of the critics that sat on the side and made the decisions there was only 2 genders. So I got an education that was unbelievable. And I don't know just exactly how to say this, but my perspective for people have changed. So I don't want to take up no more of your time. I'd like to apologize for being here, and I learned a very lot about this group of people.
All right.
That was really nice. That was really nice. You know, like, you know, that's what the power of organizing does, folks. It opens up the possibility window. It helps people be open to the idea that maybe they're wrong, because suddenly they see a bunch of people working together and desperately fighting for one another, you know? Like, I do think people can change, and I do think that, like, you know, when we see mass mobilizations and movements like the ones we're trying to put together, like, that can open a lot of hearts in some interesting ways. Lovely Pariah. Ooh, I would love to see that. Let me take a look here. If Republicans want a partisan power grab for Donald Trump and Elon Musk, they won't be getting any help from me. See what he has to say.
I'm telling Donald Trump no. I just announced I'm voting no on Trump's funding bill. So why am I voting no?
Hell
well,
yeah!
It's because we can't allow Donald Trump to continue taking apart our government, and this bill will give him unchecked power to continue doing just that. He's raising prices on families with his tariffs. He's firing thousands of veterans. He's gutting the Department of Education. He's threatening Social Security for seniors who have nowhere else to turn. And we can't allow it to continue. This was not an easy decision. But I promised Arizona that I would stand up when it was right for our state and country, and that's exactly what I'm doing. When Republicans are ready to have a real conversation about efficiently funding the government, I'll be the first one at the table. But until then, I'm telling Donald Trump no more. I'm telling Donald Trump.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. That's heartening, you know? Let me just take a quick look here. Because I know Indivisible had that list of likely no voters in the Senate. Yeah, here we go. That's Mark Kelly down as a no. The ones we have left are Michael Bennett, Brian Schatz, Gary Peters, Tina Smith, Catherine Cortez Masto, Jackie Rosen, Jean Shaheen, Kirsten Gillibrand, and Jack Reed. I called Tina Smith yesterday. I'm going to call her again this morning. So we need to whittle this down. We need to whittle this down until it's under 5. Ay, ay. It's okay, Lady Raincloud. It is A-okay. You get good sleep, all right? What the fuck with Gillibrand? Oh, she's hard in the pocket of voting in favor of it. So I don't know that Kirsten Gillibrand will like actually change her position, but folks are welcome to try and call. Called Shaheen yesterday. We'll call again today. That's what I like to see, Lord Lycanthrope. A good reminder that party lines don't matter when it comes to your call. If they're your rep, call them friends. Yup. Oh, the reason I say Gillibrand is more likely like in the pocket for like voting for this is just because like yesterday she was screaming in a meeting about how much worse a shutdown would be, like to a room full of senators. But I think that everyone is worth pressuring. I'm just trying to like keep my mental math straight. Isn't Michael Bennett a feckless centrist? A centrist? Most of them. Most of them on this list, yes. But as we've seen, even feckless centrists are saying, wait a minute, maybe we shouldn't just give the Trump administration what they want on our only piece of leverage. Well, non-binary, I'm glad that the turmoil in the United States is at the very least having good effects and helping you guys in other countries fight against fascists. Normally a shutdown is bad, right? It's required in this instance to stop Elon from continuing to gut everything. Distron, yes. Usually a shutdown is not a good thing. It's not necessarily as devastating. It's politically devastating because like it looks bad, but like it's not great. That being said, the alternative we're facing right now is exponentially worse. It's kind of like asking, do you want your block the block you live on in your neighborhood to catch on fire, or do you want the planet to be hit by a meteorite? like Uh, yeah, all of the offices that are closing temporarily, Doge wants to close permanently. So pick your poison, I guess. Yeah, crashing into the guardrails versus flying off a cliff. Yep. Less than an hour till showtime. Indeed, indeed. Oh boy. It's better to be thrown. Hell yeah, brother. Better to be thrown free. Live free, thrown free. Am I right? I think I can make it till 4 a.m. my time. God, I just have to make it like 53 minutes to make my calls. And then I'm gonna be passing out. I've been going for like the last 24 hours, chat. I'm so tired. Counter-Strike skins are more stable than the stock market and crypto. Yeah, haven't they been like a really good investment asset for a while now? Like disturbingly good. Yeah, exactly, Stoudman. Like, I don't know. I feel like Dems should be doing everything they can to exacerbate like Trump's insanity and get him to fly off the rails more. Like, what is the point? What is the point of trying to maintain like normalcy when Donald Trump is actively trying to kill everything that allows things to have a veneer of normal, you know? Silver Scale, thank you. I'm glad my efforts are not unseen and in vain, you know? I'm glad you guys get stuff out of this. I will say, we've been going for almost 5 hours, and if you've gotten something out of the stream today, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is only possible because of viewers like you. Could not do my work without you fine folks supporting me. So let's keep it going. All my budget skins from years ago are now a few dollars. Oh boy. Tesla added a new feature. What is this? Is it on fire? Now with power steering. The Swastika. Indeed. What will Doge be able to permanently shut down if the temporary shutdown doesn't happen? Anything they'd like? Like, to clarify what Doge is and what its powers are, it's literally anything. Doge is not a real government organization. Elon Musk is not really in charge of it, and yet it seems to have wide-reaching powers that far exceed anything that a typical government agency would have. So, like, it's not Like what can't it do? What can it do? Well, it's largely undefined because it's not supposed to exist at all. Silver Scale, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Thank you so goddamn much. Doge isn't supposed to be able to do any of the things it's doing. It's not even supposed to exist. Hey, Dangers. First time viewer here, saw what you were doing and you helped motivate me to hop on board. Let's go! Earned a sub and follow from me. Love to see it. We'll do some great things. What are some of the big ones that we definitely don't want to lose? I don't know, like the VA, the Department of Energy, the EPA. Like, I don't know, throw a dart at like the most important bureaucratic structures in our government. I thought the courts ruled that it had to act as a government agency from now on. Not so much. At least I haven't seen that court ruling. If it did happen, I have not been keeping up on all of the rulings related to Doge, but no, as far as I know, there's nothing that's really reined in Doge all that much. Yeah, the FCC, the CDC, the FDA. Yep. Strategically and non-binary, right? Strategically, and I know that what I'm about to say is controversial. The VA shutting down would be strategically a good thing because you would leave thousands of very highly trained military personnel without care, so they would rise up and defend it and defend democracy. It would be a wake-up call so that then we can reinstate the VA. I mean, veterans are already doing a protest march on Washington, D.C. I don't really see the need to make hundreds of thousands of veterans suffer. They already know they're being fucked with. I don't know. I'm just of the opinion that maybe we shouldn't like cross our fingers and hope for people to like starve and die and like suffer, you know? That's just like a basic premise I have. I think we can look at the scenario and say, hey, if this did happen, it would mobilize a lot of people, which is true of like Medicaid cuts, Social Security cuts, etc. But like, I still wouldn't frame it as it being a good thing, you know? Every day they say we already have lumber. I picture another national park falling. Make sure y'all are protecting those. We're doing our best. Doing our best. Yeah, I mean, like basically every member of the military is being radicalized against Donald Trump right now. It's kind of insane. Like even the Trumpier parts of the military are kind of like, what the fuck, man? Like they took away like paid time off. They took away like certain benefits. You know, they're taking perfectly skilled and well-trained soldiers and leaders off the field for no reason whatsoever and promoting unqualified people to leadership ranks. Like it's insane. It's insane. And people, you know, when they might be called into battle to give their lives for the country, you know, they don't want crazy, inept people in charge of them. You know, just generally speaking. Hello, Amber Brains. Welcome back. Yeah, also a lot of veterans and a lot of active duty military personnel take like the allyship of other nations seriously, you know? In some cases, there have been joint training with other people in other countries. If soldiers have been stationed overseas for a long period of time. They have connections and roots among, like, the places they are stationed. And, like, basically in the span of like a month and a half, the United States has burned every single positive relationship with a foreign power that we have. And that doesn't rub people right when, like, their entire experience is largely like, oh, these are good, decent, hardworking people who deserve our respect, and we are here to protect them as well as ourselves. And suddenly, the government fucks them over for no reason. Like, that doesn't win the loyalty of the troops. All this makes me so happy I decided against joining. That is good. Final note, about 1/3 of the people I've been organizing with in the umbrella pro-Dem groups have been vets and service people. Absolutely. Also worth remembering that about 1/3 of federal workers are veterans. So whenever you see like 10,000 people laid off at the VA or something, or 10,000 people laid off at the EPA, keep in mind, like, 3,333 of them are probably veterans, roundabout. I wish they were upset about Gaza. I wish they were upset about Gaza too. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think military folks are too keen on Hegseth being the top job with 0 qualifications and 0 earned authority. Chain of command is important and nearly sacrosanct in the military, and Nepo babies in charge of their appointed incompetent pals are an affront to the way things are supposed to work. Yeah, 10,000%. Like, a lot, the military has historically been very unpolitical. Like, you have people inside of it that are political, obviously, but, like, as a whole, the institution, not prone to politicking. And one of the things I take solace in when I'm, doomering in my own mind is just the fact that, like, that tradition and history of being apolitical, or at least relatively apolitical, will likely come in handy if things escalate, beyond the pale. And I don't know. I think that's good. It gives me a little bit of comfort when I'm like, oh man, we could really be heading towards the cliff right now, huh? Coder Joe writes, on my rep's second phone town hall on Saturday, a vet called in asking about Ukraine. When my rep started spewing shit, the vet got pissed off, chewed him out, and hung up. That's wonderful. Let's go. Is it time yet? Nah, it's about 40 minutes. We have about 40 minutes left, folks. Things have escalated beyond the pale. I see violence in my crystal ball. Well, yeah, but like, what I'm talking about is, things escalating beyond the pale into the violence, where you can just see it and you don't have to look into your crystal ball. I guess that's what I meant by beyond the pale. Ay, ay, ay. That and most military folks are sworn to defend the Constitution, and they will. Yeah, unlike Chuck Schumer, that spineless fuck. You know, senators are also sworn to defend the Constitution. All military folk. President Peace has sure been threatening a lot of wars. I hope they see that. Yeah, you know, I think that a lot of people do. I mean, not like hardcore Democrats, Republicans who are just like completely in a different reality, but like I think most people see it. You see someone and you know they are in the military, Navy, or Air Force, or Space Force, or Cyber Command, remind them of their oath. Yeah, I don't necessarily know that like that would go over well if you just see someone in uniform and go over and say, "Hey, remember to defend the Constitution." I don't know how that would go for you. You know, depends on the person, I guess. I've been trying to figure out the logistics of getting airdropped up north and building a little cabin. I don't think I'd last long. I don't think I'd last too long either, and I'm not. I'm not. I'm just. I would just do poorly in the woods. I'm not a woods gay. You know, there are some gays who are wood gays. You know, who can like go out into the wilderness and just like thrive. I'm not one of those. I would simply perish. Got wood? No. Me too, I'm terrible with tools. Hell yeah. More of a plush gay? No, I'm more of a big city gay. Or maybe small city gay. I like cities of various sizes. There are free range gays and there are gays that prefer to be kept in cages. Oh no. We're not going down that road. You guys can't make me do this. I'm seeing if there are any updates regarding some of these things we've been talking about with Chuck Schumer. I'm a big city gay stuck in a little city gay's body. Man, that's a body swap movie I'd like to see. They call me Urban the Gay. Safe in my cardboard box. Yeah, you get it, Mitsu. Started exploring the outdoors lately. It's really nice. It is really nice. I would highly recommend even indoor gays go out and take walks sometimes. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but chains and whips excite me. Even the caged gays need to go out for walks and stretch their legs. Sometimes many people get this. True. Hey, Cyborg Cat. Eric McKetton says, I just say what my colonel said to me. Your contract had an expiration date. Your oath does not. I like that. I'm a fan. R/neoliberal is now supporting an AOC primary challenge and declaring her the best hope for the party. I mean, she basically is, you know, like she's been successfully playing politics for a while now. And I do think after she makes senator, like give her like, I don't know, two cycles as a senator, and then she'll be ready to be president, you know? Yeah, the neo-libs. That like that's how bad Chuck Schumer's transgressions are. Schumer has received the House GOP tweet fax. I'm really here for you guys embracing the faxing members of Congress tactic. You know, embracing that really, really, I think if more people embraced faxing, it could genuinely be a great lever to get their attention, you know? Faxing a tweet felt too anachronistic not to do. Yeah. But you know, like it's cool because you guys are learning about this now, but you can then teach other people how to do it. You know? Like we're going to keep this in our protest playbook. Play around with it now and then teach others how to walk and then run in the faxing vein. Can I fax from my HP OfficeJet Pro printer from 2018? I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know what that can do. Yeah, let me get the manual. I don't know. I'm just a silly little lady on the internet. It is always 420 here in the Fallout shelter, somewhere near Hot Springs National Park. Yeah. 420, 365, blaze it. Rediscover the lost technologies. They will be your salvation in the new age. A new age where paper reigns supreme once again. There's probably some kind of email to fax service. Yeah, almost like we have resources in the Discord under the resources section that would teach you how to digitally send a fax. You could write something out or put images in it and then fax it over to your various elected officials. Is there an email to handwritten letter service? I mean, probably, right? Like, I'm sure you could find someone to do that on like Fiverr, right? I don't know. Like that feels like something you could get someone to do for money. Oh, my spine. Oh my god. Ugh. 28 minutes to go, folks. Dunder Mifflin. People, paper, places, people. Dunder Mifflin. I feel like I look pretty cute tonight. Not to toot my own horn. But you know, for someone who's been up for like 24 hours, not too shabby. You're weak unless you use an email to typewritten letter service. Hell, I'll even type it up on a cursive machine if you pay extra. You know, typewriters are one of the most satisfying devices we've ever conceived of, you know? Like from the little ding they make to just the satisfying like press a button and a lever like pushes the I don't know what it's called, like the little type print thing down. It's just nice. Can we get an outfit dance? No. Because I'm wearing sweatpants and not the sexy leggings I was wearing earlier. It's called a carriage. Oh, that's wonderful. Wait, which part is called the carriage? The type slugs? I guess the type slugs is what I was talking about, but what is the carriage? You press shift to press down the type basket. You know? Also, Alexa Crab writes, carrier pigeons them carrier pigeons them an angry letter. Also, I'm almost out of work. I should be able to call after I get out. Hell yeah, that's what I like to see. But you guys want to know some shit? You want to know one of the saddest things you're ever gonna hear in your life? Also, little typo. Thank you for the $10 tip over almost an hour ago. I really, really appreciate it. Sorry, I just saw that notification. You guys ready for one of the some sad shit I'm gonna lay on you? Oh, the carriage is where the paper goes. That's so cute. Do you know that like pigeons are a domesticated animal? And like I know that sounds like a normal thing to know, perhaps, but then you have to consider that every pigeon you have ever seen in an American city is a domesticated animal that has been effectively abandoned outdoors to fend for itself. Um, and the reason they live around people is because we spent hundreds of years domesticating them and creating them as, you know, animals that would live and work alongside of us. And then as soon as we got more advanced technology that made them less useful, we just put them outside. It's really sad. Right? They're so pretty and so kind and so smart. Good night, Amber Brains. So I don't know, like pay more respects to your humble local pigeons. Okay? Like they're nice little guys. I thought pigeons were thriving for the most part. I mean, there are a lot of them, but like I don't know. I feel like we spent hundreds of years changing them essentially to rely on us, and then we just said, "Fuck off." Heard some gossip. Chuck is being pushed by Gillibrand and some moderate Dems. That's why he's being weak. Take that for what it's worth. Gamer G! Good time for me to mention, Jack. I'm willing to get all the shimp together to phone bank for local elections. Fuck yeah! We'll talk about that on maybe on a new day, but folks, here at our local DSA, we're gonna have an opportunity for people who want to help radicalize politics in my neck of the woods. You guys can participate in a phone bank in order to get out the vote and make things better, and we'll do it one city at a time if we gotta, let's do it. I'm real excited about that. That's some great news. I mourn the great betrayal of the pigeons, right? Keep everyone posted? Hell yeah. Going down that Wikipedia rabbit hole now? Oh no. Well, the issue is, Fenry, that like pigeons don't know how to build nests because we built them nests. Like we domesticated them and made them nests, and then we let them out into the wild and they don't know how to build nests anymore. It's really sad. Oh god. For the most part, do we call our own senators in 20 minutes or all of them? I mean, if you want to call all of them, go for it, I guess. But I'm advocating for you to call your own senators, and maybe Chuck Schumer if you want to, you know? DC is starting to wake up. It's now a little after 7 in Washington. God. Today is so fucking stressful. Good morning, Brianna Arabia. Good morning, Morbius Dragon. Good morning, one and all. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. In a bit, I'm a call to pressure Klobuchar and to thank Tina Smith. Wait, did Tina Smith say she was going to vote no? Wait a minute, that's new information to me. That's what I heard? Oh, yes. Oh, thank God. Maybe she got my call yesterday. I've mentioned it 3 times. I'm sorry. I'm very tired. Now we just got to get the club. Amy Klobuchar has not posted anything. Yeah, Amy Klobuchar sucks. You know how much, like, my mom has loved Amy Klobuchar like her entire life as a politician, but like even my mom is kind of like, yeah, I don't know what that Amy is doing these days. I used to like Klobuchar. And then I found out she broke she would break like clipboards and threaten her staffers. Stapler incoming. Woke up 4 hours before I usually do just to make these calls. Hell yeah, let's do it, folks. You feeling good? I'm feeling good. Wait.
Oh my god, what is that?
I don't like that. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna go down this pigeon rabbit hole for a brief minute.
Oh my god! What is that?
No way nobody call this pigeon.
You definitely know who this is and why he was an icon, but did you know there were at least 2 creatures that khaki animal Jesus was afraid of? 1, hippos. No further explanation needed, but also
Hippos are scary as fuck. Hippos are genuinely one of the most terrifying creatures on Earth.
parrots. Yeah, the same Steve Irwin that cuddled crocodiles, got a hickey from a python on live TV and apologized to the python, and did this, was the same man that experienced legitimate fear in the face of an overgrown parakeet. And the crazy part is, that has nothing to do with this video. I really only brought that up to make my biggest fear sound less ridiculous. Because out of all the animals in the world, I've historically only been afraid of one. I've held 8-foot pythons when I was 6. I've had no problems with the spiders in my house. I've always had a soft spot for sharks. Yet the one animal that could stop me dead in my tracks. Matter of fact, just guess. What do y'all think I'm about to say? Here's an ad while you grapple with that. Pigeons. It's always been pigeons. I could never fully explain it, but as early as I can remember, these bum doves put the fear of Dante's Inferno in every fiber of my vessel. There's 2 stories that sum up my feelings towards pigeons. As a kid, I could vaguely remember crossing the street with my dad when one of the spawns of Avian Antichrist popped out from under the car like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. And from the way my dad likes to tell this story, apparently I recoiled so bad that I jumped back and nearly got turned into a speed bump by a passing van. There is an alternate universe where my irrational fear of pigeons cost my folks a dependent and had me heaven sent. So this is really more exposure therapy than an actual video, and the first step is understanding. There are a lot more types of pigeons than my subconscious could ever curse me with. There's over 350 pallets of pigeons populating the planet. You got the Victoria crowned pigeon, the biggest bird on the roster whose headdress got it named after royalty.
That's a really pretty pigeon though. Like, look at that guy. That's a noble bird.
There's the Nicobar, the closest thing to a present-day dodo, and definitely the hypebeast flexor of the family. Can't forget the Karuru, the New Zealand variant famous for being a crippling alcoholic. As in, they'll get so hammered off fermented fruit that they legit forget how to fly. And you've probably heard the phrase turtle dove, especially this time of year. Well, today I found out that I apparently had no clue what they look like, or that they originated from the Middle East. A hop, skip, and an 8-hour flight to the Philippines, and you'll find a Luzon bleeding heart pigeon named for obvious reasons. You got the silvery wood, the maroon pigeon, and the purple-winged dove, all of which are in danger of being discontinued. And then you got the pigeons humans bred like dogs, which would easily make this the pug of poultry. It's like a pigeon police sketch done by a kindergartner on Adderall with no prior knowledge of anything bird. There's hundreds of breeds of pigeons, and the English pouter might just be the nastiest work of all. Although the English carrier might just be a close second, because honestly, what in the What even is this? What was the goal if this was the outcome? All those pigeon remixes go back to the OG, the Rock Dove, aka the main mugshot that comes up when you Google pigeon. And this is where I stopped hating and started learning. For example, the Rock Dove was originally only found here. Well, actually here in the dark red. That's right, any place outside this red is a place people uber the scourge of my soul. That includes what might as well be the pigeon capital of the world, New York City. So of course I just had to grow up 15 minutes from it cause RNG. Apparently, pigeons first touched American soil in the early 1600s via Europeans. That means the flying city merchant is more natural to the Sahara Desert than to the streets of Manhattan. Which brings me to half the reason I'm making this video.
What's the one thing you spend way too much time thinking about?
I think all the time about how we domesticated pigeons and then we decided we don't want to use them anymore for like messages. So they are completely reliant on humans. Have you ever seen like a nest of a pigeon?
No, and I didn't know we domesticated them either.
Yeah, they're like nests or like 3 twigs and like the egg is just on the cold ground. So
because they don't know how to build a nest because we messed them up?
Yeah.
I did not know how to take this revelation, and after looking into it, she's half right. Pigeon nest is a meme as old as time. This is really something only an animal with no access to birth control could come up with. It's heavy on the them kids, but before they're even born.
It literally just put an egg on a couple of sticks in a tire. This shit bleak. This shit bleak.
At this point, it's like they're trying so hard not to try that it would literally take less effort to try. The thing is, they weren't named Rock Dove for nothing. In the wild, they normally raise their aesthetically challenged children on cliff ledges or crevices, which ended up being not that far off from where they shack up now. And as long as the ground's flat and the egg doesn't roll away to become a late termination and an early onset omelet, this is really all they need. Minimalism for the win. But the other point she made about us pretty much abandoning them, turns out it's pretty accurate, which actually brings me to my second story. So I had spent the day walking around New York with my mom and was understandably starving. So hungry that we decided to get food from a street side meat vendor. The cardinal sin of the city, but we didn't know any better. The food was immediately off, but let's be honest, not enough for me to stop. I remember the meat tasting gamey and fatty and had this really strong aftertaste that I'd never experienced before. It wasn't until I was 2/3 done that I noticed a small cage halfway tucked under the stand. A small cage with maybe a dozen pigeons squirming around. It was at this moment I realized I was sold a chicken leg lie, your boy just ate some pigeon wings. Now that story is almost completely made up, but peep how just the idea of getting calories from a concrete chicken probably disgusted most of y'all.
I mean, it didn't disgust me, but it also didn't surprise me that New York might do that. You know, New York would do that.
Thing is, pigeons are regularly eaten by people in a lot of places. Squab is a name for an immature prepubescent domestic pigeon and is considered a delicacy depending on where you're standing. Which shouldn't even really be a surprise because one thing about pigeons, they get violated by the entire food chain. I've seen with my eyes pigeons get absolutely bodied by a street savvy Stuart Little. They somehow manage to find ways to take L's from turtles. In fact, there's a catfish that specializes in murking an animal that literally got gift wrapped the ability to fly. And to add insult to injury, the fish is virtually blind. How do you fumble that bad? Pretty much the entire cast of Over the Hedge plays population control for pigeons, and we've all seen how pelicans conduct themselves in pigeon presence. And humans
Oh my god, they eat pigeons?
were no different, and food was one of the many reasons pigeons were added to the American census. Another reason was to employ them as messengers before iPhone became a thing. But another reason was for pets. There was a time where owning a pack of pigeons wasn't just normal, it was a sign of status. If you had pigeons on your property, it meant you were probably doing well in life. Akbar the Great of the Mughal Empire had not one, but 2,000 pigeons as wow, that is a comma. Make that 20,000 pet pigeons.
That's too many. That's too many pigeons. That's too many. What are you doing with 20,000 pigeons? Why? But why though? Okay, we're gonna watch this for like 3 more minutes, then we're gonna start prepping to make our calls, okay?
But in the time since, hoarding pigeons went from a flex to something that guarantees you dirty looks on the subway. And that's thanks to one of the most egregious gaslight campaigns you've ever seen. In June 1966, New York Parks Commissioner Thomas Hoving verbally eviscerated pigeons, blaming them for spreading filth and disease, and used a term you've definitely heard of, rats with wings. And just like that, the pigeon's reputation went straight to hell, with no return trip. A couple things that are interesting though. In the same article, Mr. Hoving also blamed the homeless and homosexuals for bringing property value down. He also became the commissioner January 16, 1966, and resigned March 15th of the next year. His actual term was just over a year, but the slander he tagged the Metro Tweety with was permanent. Then Woody Allen dogpiled on them, and humanity has hated pigeons ever since.
Oh, it's not pretty at all there. They're rats with wings.
It's kind of like how Mark Twain roasted coyotes so flagrantly, not only did it single-handedly earn them smoke from the public, it was directly responsible for the luckless Looney Tune. That's not a throwaway joke either. Look up what Wile E. Coyote was based on. It's actually wild. But thanks to these 3 words, the bird that was more common in royalty than marrying your cousin got typecast as a flying version of the animal whose hygiene allegedly turned half the population into a hashtag. I gotta say allegedly because new evidence suggests that rats weren't even responsible for the plague to begin with.
Why the fuck you lying?
Pigeons got lied on too because they're nowhere near the disease risk we label them as, and I legitimately didn't know that before researching. They can carry disease, but because of their immune system, it's actually rare for them to transmit them to people. I know, I couldn't believe it either. It also turns out the glorified gutter tweety is actually resistant to bird flu. Now they still can catch you slipping, and usually the problems come from their lesser half. When pigeons drop deuces in one spot, it can dry up and eventually turn into dust. Breathe enough of that doo-doo dust and you can end up with a nasty infection known as bird handler's lung. But even then, it takes a lot, like on some you clean bird as a hobby for you to be exposed enough to be down bad. So yeah, pigeons carry diseases, but no more than any other animal. I mean, by that logic, humans carry disease, but we're still out here raw dogging handshakes. Dogs and
Raw dogging those hands, baby. When you say raw dogging the hands, it and maybe this is because I'm you know a lady who likes ladies. It conjures a different kind of image in my head. But you know, you do you, folks. You do you. Why you guys making that? Why you dropping those emotes? Why you dropping those emotes? It's not, I'm talking about gay sex. Smuggy face. Yeah. There we go. That's the correct emote. COVID flashbacks, fair. All right, folks. We have done it. We have 5 minutes left. Gay sex, you say? Well, it appears I've entered chat at just the right time. Here we go, folks. So, take a look at this real quick. Folks, you can head on over to 5calls.org now. All right. And 5calls.org, you're going to be able to find, you're going to be able to set your location. You're going to be able to find your contact info for your senators. Get ready to gear up, folks. Get your contact info for your senators, and let's get ready to make some calls together, huh? I'm gonna start with I'm going to start with Amy Klobuchar on my end. I don't know. Who are you all starting with? Hello, Nick Leftist. Best of luck to you, friends. Get them my phones ready. Got my phone ready. And I'll even do the call on stream, folks. I'll even do the call on stream. Gonna call Amy Klobuchar. You're gonna dox yourself? I'm gonna leave out that part. Let's bully some nerds! Patrick Lucas, thank you for the membership for the past 9 months. Thank you, Jack, and community for your efforts and commitment. It matters to life all throughout this planet. Agreed. We're calling about closure? Cloture? Yes. We're telling them to vote no on the continuing budget resolution. That is what we are doing today, folks. Do. Calling my senators in California to reaffirm their commitment to a no and no vote. Let's go! Do we have a list of numbers? You can find your senators at 5calls.org. There we go. On your mark, get set, go!
You've reached the Andre Kushner Studio, an American painting fine art.
Well, that is not the correct number. What the hell? All right, well, we're gonna try that. They're gonna try that one again. What the fuck? All right. Okay. That did not sound like the club. It did not. It did not. Let's no, that should be 434. That should be it. What did I just call? Oh, I did 244. Okay. All right. Mystery solved. All right. Feel real bad for the poor sods that have numbers one off from senators. All right.
Hello, you've reached the Washington D.C. office of U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar. We are unavailable to take the call at this time. Your name, number, and we'll be able to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Jack Gardner, and I'm calling to demand that Senator Amy Klobuchar vote against the GOP continuing resolution. It does not matter if the government shuts down when the alternative is that Doge shuts it down and it ceases to serve the people. Congress must hold firm the constitutional power of the purse while preventing impoundment and Doge interference, while also protecting Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. We must not give up the 60 vote threshold, and we must not go along with Chuck Schumer's insanity in the Senate. I hope that you will do the right thing and protect our constitutional rights. Thank you for your service. Boom. Nailed it. Nailed it. Okay. Where do I find phone numbers? Alexa Crab, you can find them at 5calls.org. All right. Should be the first one here. Organize. Poof. Poof. All right. Doing it. Okay, time for me to do Tina Smith. And gonna do that right now. Let's go. 2 2. There we go. Got the number. Let's go. Where's your script at? Here we go. Whew. There's a script posted in the Discord. I think it's under Chit Chat. You know what? I'm actually just gonna make an announcement. I'm gonna do that real quick with the script we got. We need to make as many calls to our senators as possible today before the Senate goes into session at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. You can use 5calls.org. Here is a sample script. There we go. Nailed it. It's 5calls.org. Copy link address. There we go. All right. There we go. There we go. We got this. 5calls.org to get your senator's contact info and sample script. Cool. There we go. Nailed that. Posting it in the announcements. You can check it out in the announcements section underneath in the Discord. Nailed it. Oof. Would it be basically the same wording for Republican senators? You could probably tweak it to like focus more on like the constitutionality of it, but roughly the same. Yeah. We have until 10 a.m. Eastern Time to make these calls, folks. Let's see here. Good morning, Hundo. I'm about to call Tina Smith.
for contacting my office. If you are a Minnesota resident and would like to leave a comment or opinion, please press 1. Thank you for taking time to share your thoughts with me on the issues that are important to you. Please record your message after the tone.
You cannot record a message for Smith DC comments. This mailbox is full.
Okay. You know, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. Okay. Keep it up, folks. Keep it up. God. You did it? Fuck yeah. I love seeing this, folks. And if you want to do more, if you've made your calls and you're feeling like, oh man, I really wish I could have done more, you can do 2 additional things, all right? You can send an email. You can send a fax, and we have resources for you to send fax messages to your senators under the resources tab in our Discord. And additionally, folks, consider contacting Chuck Schumer in particular. Okay? Well, you can always contact Hakeem Jeffries and tell him to resign, and you can always contact Chuck Schumer and tell him to resign. Chuck Schumer doesn't seem to have voicemail turned on, but you, as we have learned throughout the course of tonight, you can definitely fax Chuck Schumer. And so consider taking the steps to fax Chuck Schumer as much as you would like. You know, within reason, and also please don't nothing illegal. Don't be like that. You guys know what I mean. Left a voicemail for Wyden, letting my social battery recharge before I call Merkley. Good plan. I am loving you guys. Fill them up. Fill them up. Yeah, no Fed faxing. Exactly. I called Gillibrand 10 times throughout the night. I'm so tired. Let's go. Love that. Would it be beneficial to call local offices too? Maybe, though. I think today most of our efforts should probably be focused on DC, just because that's where everyone is going to be. You know, all these senators are in DC for this vote. It is the biggest thing going on right now. Can I complain about the U.S. Senate even if I'm Canadian? You can absolutely complain to us. I don't know if it'll carry much water if you call to complain to the senators. I used a lot of right-wing buzzwords because I live in Ohio. That's some good thinking right there. Also, DC offices are open earlier if you're in a more Western time zone. True, Mr. Malachite. Honestly, Sepsin, for folks like Gillibrand, who have been so vocal against, you know, shutting down the government, calling local offices is probably a decent idea, you know? My guy is called a whip. Can I ask him to whip Schumer? You can ask him to whip votes, whip votes to stop the GOP budget continuing resolution. Man, I do hope that the feeling of change in the air that I'm feeling after seeing all the rage yesterday is substantiated today. Be really fucking nice. Affirmation, man, I really appreciate the recognition. I hope that helps with Schumer. Yenzo, yeah. Forgot how tired the voice on Fetterman's line gets when you press 1 to say you're calling to discuss a policy matter. Hell yeah. Do you know when we will know how everyone voted? It will be today, Brianna Arabia. If the government does not have a continuing budget resolution by the end of day today, like by midnight tonight, the government shuts down. So I believe the vote is currently scheduled to start around 1:15 p.m. Eastern time. Or at least the section that is blocked off for that potentially starts at 1:15 p.m. Eastern time. So sometime between 1:15 p.m. Eastern time and midnight Eastern time, the vote will take place. Do we know about Tim Kaine? I think Tim Kaine is a supposed no, but again, anyone you think is a solid no on this is you still need to call him. You know, you still need to call him. There are very, very few safe no votes right now. Hey, what do I do if a human answers? You answer them, you talk to them like they're a person. And you tell them what your concerns are. You know, you do the same thing you would do on the voicemail. Just, maybe a bit more like human-y. Same demands, though. Have you posted the announcement yet? I did. It's in the announcements channel on the Discord. Oh, yeah. Angry eyes, just in case. We've talked about Gillibrand a lot tonight. She is super against the shutdown. She was screaming at Senate Democrats yesterday during lunch. So, yeah. Most of the time, the staffer will just take your message, so it's just a voice message, but a person. Some can get a little snippy, but it's no big deal. Yeah. Gillibrand is a Republican. Gillibrand is a Democrat. Here's what I don't understand. If Schumer is afraid of a shutdown handing power to Trump, wouldn't Trump just veto the continuing budget resolution? One might think. Indeed. But nothing about Schumer's plan makes any sense. So I would advise to stop looking for sense in it. Are there Dem senators that are anti-shutdown collaborators? Yes. Guys, Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. When he says, I'm going to vote yes to fund to fund the government with the GOP continuing resolution, like he's telling everyone else in the Senate to vote alongside him, you know? Yeah, any Dem that votes yes on this is collaborating with the Trump administration. Left messages for Schiff, Padilla, and half the indivisible list. Faxed the other half. This is where I've got to call it, but thanks again for stirring me to action. Danger Dan Jers, I thank you. That's the kind of gumption I like to see in this community. Let's fucking go, folks. You guys are doing me proud. I was a bit hesitant doing this late night stream until the office is open, but like, goddamn, you guys are making me feel really glad that I did. Emails sent, faxes faxed, calls made. Need to get some sleep. You get good sleep, Coder Joe. What do you think we should do once the vote is in? I'm thinking anyone who voted no should get a call to resign immediately and threats of being primaried. Yeah, I mean, calls to resign. I think after this is done, we got to see which way it goes. And then I got to be honest, I don't know if like calls to resign will do much if we've lost our main point of leverage, you know. I do think though that like we should follow through on the threats to primary or support primary challengers to anyone who votes yes. Anyone who votes yes should be done in politics effectively, and we should do everything in our power to end them in politics. Forget luck, do your best instead. That's what I like to see, Silly Rose. This was really helpful. I am the variety of ADHD who needs emotional support buddies to motivate me to action, especially on high anxiety days. Hell yeah, we literally right now have like a solid 350 people here watching, calling. You guys are not alone in your rage, okay? And yes, if we do manage to stop this, guys, I will say, if we peel off enough support and this continuing budget resolution fails, one thing I will say is call the Democrats who held the line and say thank you. Can I call all 100 senators? You can certainly try. Nothing's stopping you. Angry eyes, just in case. I called both my senators, and one I was able to leave a voicemail, but the other was all full up. About to call every local office for Schumer and Gillibrand. That's what I love to see, especially about people on the fence. Let's go. Yeah, Coder Joe, I hope that almost nobody uses faxes anymore to try and get in contact with these senators, but you know what? I hope they come in today and they're just like, oh my God, we need more paper in the fax machine? We haven't had to do that since 1997. Everyone who worked here at that time no longer works here. We don't know how to do it. That's what I did. I called and left a voicemail for Adam Schiff, thank and encourage him to continue to vote no. Same, but with email to Alex Padilla, both my California senators. Let's go. And Nick Leftist, I'm going to have to follow you shortly because we've been going for over 6 hours and I'm tired as fuck. It's almost 7 o'clock in the morning. Just left voicemails for both my Florida senators. That's what I love to see. Space Trash. First chat in the Twitch, and you're already contributing. Look at you go. Wonderful, wonderful new friendo. My panic disorder has been really bad this past week, but I've managed to get calls in to my senators the last few days. It's difficult, but you and the community here make it easier. That's what I love to see. Let's go. Damn, One-Eyed Heathen, you called all 100 senators last night? It can be done, that or email. I just called my senators again. Let's keep up the boots on the ground activism. Absolutely, One-Eyed Heathen. Thank you for the $5 super chat, too. Also, folks, one handy trick. A number of senators have their voicemails turned off or their inbox is full. I will encourage you, if you need help, sending faxes is a great way to get around those limitations on voicemail. And we have instructions on how to do that in the Discord. Just use !Discord, or you can type into your URL bar riverboat.gg/Discord. And you can, in fact, fax a lot of members of Congress. We have instructions under the resource tab on the Discord. So if you want to, fax someone for free without a fax machine, you can definitely do that and get around voicemail limitations. I've used faxes before too. It's great to fill up their offices full of them. Exactly. Exactly. You got it. Just want to say again before I go how thankful I am that I found you in the sea of internet in this community. I'll replay later as well to catch up on what I missed this stream. You're going to really enjoy the bird section of the stream. When the Jack stream lasts until I begin work in the morning. Hell yeah, Rondo. I sent you a posture check, but it's really a go the fuck to sleep check. I will. Don't you worry. Let me ride high on the fact that we actually got through this and did it. Luis, you finished your calls. Louise, get back to bed. Thank you so goddamn much. I want these senators to walk into their offices today and go, holy shit. I want their eyes to start twitching at the mere sight of the stacks of faxes and the blinks of their voicemail boxes. Let them tremble at the sight of our rage made manifest. And hopefully it will cause them to think twice about voting in favor of selling all of us out. Nimble Line! Heard something resembling my version of the script and I have risen from the grave. That's what I love to see. Glad I finally started participating in the chat. Been watching these for a while. Y'all are really cool. You're really cool. Also, Nick Leftist, thank you for the $10 dono over on the Riverboat chat. Thank you for organizing this tonight. Also, thank you in general for your fantastic streams, analysis on issues, and advocacy for a better world. You're very welcome. I'm doing my best. I know we're still a small channel, but fuck it. I've never let being small stop me from doing anything else in my life. So, we're gonna do what we can with what we got. And you know what? Every year we're gonna keep getting bigger. That just means we can do more. That's my general thought process on that one. Gonna call, shift is done. That's what I love to see. John Bogardus, let's go! Let's go. Yeah, there are a lot of communities out here that talk politics, but like treat it like vanity plates or something. Like they treat it like just a I don't know, a circus. I don't know. I think this shit matters. And like the entire purpose of building up this channel is because I think this is important. And we need to actually do shit. You know? Yeah, Schumer's voicemail box is like disconnected. Like they cut the cable on that one. But I can assure you that the faxes to Chuck Schumer's office still very much work. I know what you're doing and I appreciate it. I don't have money, but I do have effort, and thank you for being you. Box and socks, I'll fucking take it. Effort on your parts to like change things, to show up, to do what you can, where you can, like that means the world to me. Cuz that shit's hard. You know? They're all voicemails though. Well, CF, that's the thing. So many calls are happening right now. They literally do not have the staffers to handle it. So voicemail is taking everything. But I guarantee you they have some godforsaken staffers sorting through those voicemails. I guarantee you. I can confirm that I got confirmation emails that my Schumer faxes went through. That's what I like to see. Any non-New York senators you could point me to? Yes. Let me pull that up real quick. Heading over to Indivisible. Last I saw, these were the senators listed as kind of like the most vulnerable to potentially voting yes. These folks, Mark Kelly in Arizona, who has since flipped, by the way. He put out a video last night flipping on this. Another one who flipped is Tina Smith. So she is now voting no as well. Other than that, these folks on this list are people you should contact. I'll just throw it in chat here for you guys to look at on your own time. Whew. I'm weirdly shaking with excitement at watching my country act like an episodic cyberpunk show. It really does feel like that. Like every single day I'm waking up and I'm just like, oh man, what heinous shit is happening today? I haven't even touched the recent Nathan Tankus piece about like the government's ability to just pull money out of your ass. And if you think that I got my words mixed up and stumbled over them, I didn't. We're going to talk about that probably later today. About to call my senators now? Yes! Cream Bun Mommy, let's go! Great job. Gillibrand's answering machine sounds angry, like she's already annoyed by constituents asking her to do her job. Probably because she was when she recorded it, you know? Couple marches planned today for veterans. That's true. The Veterans March that I mentioned earlier in stream is taking place today in DC. Honestly, great timing for them. I hope veterans turn up en masse for that, because that would be a great and welcome addition to pressure on these senators. Hey, Trains and Bullshit, how you doing? Faxing is cool and easy, and I just drank a good amount of caffeine. Got some more faxing to do. That's what I love to see, all seeing dude. Let's go. Tapping in. Welcome, Underground Uncle. Let's go, folks. That's what I like to see. Just finished 9 hours on my feet. Damn, Trains and Bullshit. Were you at least on a train? Doing some bullshit? Hooray for caffeine. God. Okay, folks, I am literally just starting to crash out. So I'm going to raid you guys into someone. Raid you guys into maybe Gremlo. Gremlo tends to be pretty alright on things. Haven't watched much of his content though. Hopefully also directing people to do constructive shit. I have to pass out, but y'all keep calling, keep faxing, and folks, reach out to anyone that you know who might be willing to do this today too. We've got about 2 hours before the Senate goes into session. Try and get as many people to make calls and try to make as many calls and as many faxes as you can in that 2-hour window. Okay, folks? That is your mission while I'm offline. And, yeah. Continue applying that pressure until, you know, the fat lady sings. And I ain't hearing no fat lady yet, so. What a weird saying. I just realized, like, I haven't ever said that out loud. What a weird saying. I don't think I like it. I'm gonna stick with, you know, it ain't over till the bell rings, and I ain't hear no bell. Nailed it. Oh, opera? Oh, opera probably. Yeah, that's probably opera. That makes sense. Anyway, folks, bye!
Transgender operations on illegal aliens to make degenerates out of you. Because they'll take all your guns like your ex-wife took your son. At least you've still got your Twitter blue. They're bringing rapists and thieves and putting gays on TV. Cause they've got methods of canceling. They're gonna ban you from threads. Your new wife left you again. Another brain worm like we divorcee. They said all liberals scared the living shit out of me. They could care less about the queers and the queens. So dawn a rainbow or strike out Prince of Apple. Maybe they'll leave you alone but not me. The poison gas leak paint chips. Drop out and homeschool your kids. They're never gonna become Marxists. You only watch right-wing news, have anti-Semitic views. Maybe your mom should have had abortions. They said all liberals scare the living shit out of me. They could care less about the queers and the queens. So dawn a rainbow or strike a Prince of Apple. Maybe they'll leave you alone but not me.
together now.